Because on my screen I have the agenda and script open, so I can't see the Zoom. Hello everyone. Welcome to the Budget with BW 2025. I am Priyanshi Khandelwal, part of the intellectual properties team at BW Businessworld. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman has presented her record 8th consecutive union budget, and some interesting announcements have been made. You may have caught up with the live updates, but now BW Business World's journalist will decode the budget further with our experts. We will break down what the announcements today mean for you and your company, and some of the key decisions you will be making in the year ahead. Over the next few hours, BW journalists will dive deeply into various sectors and assess the impact of India's economic and business landscape. My job is to ensure that the sessions stay on track, so don't be surprised if I pop in uninvited at times to keep things moving. Now, to kick things off, I would like to invite our senior correspondent, Mr. Arjun Yadav, to set the tone with some top takeaways from the budget. Over to you, Arjun.
Thank you, Priyanshi. And as you rightly mentioned, Union Finance Minister today presented her second budget in little over 7 months and made another record as this was her eighth consecutive budget. This was perhaps a very important budget because of the developments in the last 7 months. It started with the first quarter of this fiscal when corporate earnings were subdued than what was estimated. In line with the TPID earnings growth, the GDP for this first fiscal also fell to a five-quarter low of 6.7%. But then this slowdown was attributed to the general slowdown in the economy due to the general elections that were held between mid-April and early June. Now, come quarter two of this fiscal, and revenue growth of India Inc. was slowest in the last 4 years. The final nail in the coffin was the GDP number for this fiscal at 5.4%, which was a seven-quarter low. The numbers reflected that indeed the economy is in a slowdown. At the same time, inflation has been sticky with the RBI keeping the policy rates unchanged. With the US Federal Reserve started cutting the interest rates a few months back, there was a pressure on the RBI to start the rate cut cycle to address the slowdown and spur economic activity. But the RBI has been cautious due to fluctuating inflation number. And now most recently, the US Federal Reserve has also paused its rate cut cycle, signaling a cautious approach. What the RBI will do next, we will get to see it next week. The RBI too may have a cautious approach, as yesterday's economic survey pointed out that the pace of rate cuts varies across regions, depending on the growth imperatives and the pace of disinflation, creating potential divergence in economic recovery. But rate cuts are not the only cuts that have been in demand to spur consumption and economic activity amid this slowdown. Tax cuts have been a growing demand across Indian citizens, especially the middle class. I have personally not seen the magnitude of discontent among the middle class on taxes that we saw post the July budget last year. And it's no longer just limited to the income tax. This same middle class got exposed post-COVID to financial markets and have seen them as avenues for their wealth creation. The increased taxation on some of the instruments there have not gone down well with them. You can understand the magnitude of the growing discontent that for the first time in this country, since the time at least I started tracking electoral politics, that middle class issues have popped up prominently in an election campaign. Just 4 days from now, the people of Delhi are scheduled to vote. And the Aam Aadmi Party national convener Arvind Kejriwal, through the fag end of his campaign just before the budget, raised the concerns of taxation on the middle class. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, too, in his public meetings in Delhi, touched upon the growth for India's middle class. And just yesterday, at the start of the budget session of the parliament, said that he prays to Goddess Lakshmi to shower the middle class with blessings, setting the tone for what could be a budget with significant populist undertones. And at the same time, managing the fiscal stress. So indeed, the context was challenging for this budget. The finance minister today, when she started reading out her budget speech right from the beginning, tried to address this context when she spoke about accelerating growth, securing inclusive development, invigorating private sector investments, uplifting household sentiments, and enhancing spending power of India's rising middle class. And in line with that, arguably, the announcement which was overshadowed the rest of the budget is the exemption of income tax up to rupees 12 lakh or 12.75 lakh if we include the standard deduction. She made it clear that this government is committed to keep its ear to the ground and a finger on the pulse. Bihar stole the limelight among states, considering it's an election year in that state. How historic this budget will turn out to be and what this budget's lasting impact would be is something that we will be talking about in our day-long session with industry veterans and economy experts. To start and kick off this set of discussions today, I'm now joined for this opening session by Mr. Sethuratnam Ravi, who's the founder of Ravi Rajan and Company and former chairman of Bombay Stock Exchange, to delve deeper on the fine print of this budget. Ravi sir, thank you so much for your time, and I welcome to you this webinar. My first question, precisely as I was setting the context, what is the big picture that you have got from the finance minister's speech, and how has it, aligned with the expectations that you had from this budget?
Good afternoon, Arjun, first of all, and it's really a good afternoon today because this budget has many things. First of all, it gives instant relief. There is simplification. There is no new tax code that is coming in. There is rationalization, structural reforms. And what is happening is this is a combination. It's a combo budget. It doesn't only give you instant relief, but it is looking at a long-term vision. It's one of her finest budgets, if I may say there, because it looks at all sectors uniformly, focusing on agriculture, which was a priority, and looking at cotton, spices, all that. So it's a great thing. Urea, for example, 3 big plants of urea coming up. And so that's a great thing. Then you look at MSME, you have the credit guarantee scheme going up till 10 crores, which is a great thing again. Then you look up at startups, 10,000 crores set aside for startups, AIFs. It's a fund of funds, which is another great step. Then, of course, this tax regime, which has completely changed, which we were not expecting. I was expecting 10x at the best. So 12 lakhs is a great thing. Means it has actually, I'm very happy because we see a lot of people in the last 1 year who are struggling with this type of income and the tax. So it's a great relief as far as the lower middle class is concerned, and the middle class is a great relief. Then the senior citizens, the TDS, rationalization of TDS. We had so many different slabs from 0% to 30% on TDS. That is getting rationalized. TCS, which was a bone of contention the previous to previous budget, that was a big issue. That has been sort of set aside. Then the rental, which is, a very realistic thing. We were expecting something on HRA, but what has happened? The finance minister thought it otherwise and gave it on rental there. Right. So, and that was a great thing, 6 lakh rupees. So these are very good steps, in my view.
Okay. Let me focus on taxation, sir, since there is near unanimous understanding that taxation provisions, particularly related to income tax, have overshadowed other announcements. But an effort has been made to focus on improving taxpayers' confidence and, not create an environment of intimidation, reflected in her statement when she said of trusting first and scrutinizing later. How important do you think, it is about for creating this environment, and what's the message from this that the finance minister and this government wants to give?
So it's a very top-down approach, and we are all quite aware of how intimidating it can be. The tax regime can be intimidating. So coming from the top and giving the signal, and it also its implementation is going to be the key. How is she going to make implementation of that statement? I'm sure it will be driven down to the lowest level, because what is happening, you have what, hardly any percentage of uh, taxpayers who are taking the burden of the tax, and I think they should be sort of encouraged to pay tax, but
Right.
also they should not feel intimidated, because there can be interpretation issues, there can be mistakes. It is not that everybody is willful about it. So I think it's a very, very good statement coming from the top. It's a great statement, and and she talked of customs also decriminalization,
Right.
which is again a very good step. And because that is an important step. For everything, it's not a criminal intent of anybody. So I
Right.
think these statements coming together in that part B was a great thing.
Right. Coming to the income tax, sir, as you mentioned, and when I last spoke to you in July, before the July budget, you had expected, as very rightly you pointed out, the exemption to go till rupees 10 lakhs. But to everyone's surprise, it came in at rupees 12 lakh. Your thoughts, a bit in detail, on how crucial it will be in giving the economy that consumption boost, given the macroeconomic situation that we've seen in the last 2 months, and any fine details that you would like to point out in these announcements, because clearly one of the things that clearly she has mentioned that income, apart from income from capital gains. So any other such nitty-gritties that are there when we are looking at these taxation proposals?
So she's talking of 1 lakh pure income of from any source,
Hmm.
apart from capital gains, speculation, etc., etc. So
Hmm.
what she's actually done is, those who are actually in jobs, or those who are in contracts, and who are actually working, she has given relief to them. Who do not have any other depending income on. So they are just focusing on that pure income.
Right.
Suppose even so, there will be certain clarifications. Suppose somebody is getting only rental income to that extent of 12 lakhs. Will the person get exemption? Is something I will have to see the fine print.
Hmm.
But I presume so, because that is the main source of income. So
Right.
I think her clarity is that any speculative income, capital gain, all that will not come under this, because that has to be kept aside, because this is purely focusing on the income of the person, and the genuine income of the person, which from day to day, which is one is earning. That is what she is focused on. That is my belief.
Right. And a bit on the consumption boost, sir, that the middle class will get, and how crucial it will be in, driving the economic activity amid the slowdown.
Yeah. So see, consumption. If you see, the urban consumption had come down a bit.
Hmm.
The rural consumption was static and slightly growing also. So urban consumption had fallen because the take-home salary or pay or income was very less, considering the tax was there, and also considering that there was inflation and all other things. Considering everything, person has to go for rent, has to fend for education, and you see what, and also see the urban cost of a city like Delhi or Mumbai or Bangalore is very high. So for them, this is a big relief. If you look at this relief, because see, it's a slab from 7 lakhs to 12 lakhs. It's a big band.
Hmm.
It's nearly a 40%, 50, 45% jump, which is not small today. And you look at anybody who's taking home their pay, it's a very big thing. So I think it's a very major step. And doing all this, she has only lost what, 5% of the whole revenue. If I
Right.
do a back end calculation, I have not gone through the budget, but she will only lose 5% if she gives all these reliefs, which is
Right.
fine, because she will get more in terms of consumption, she will get more in terms of savings, and it will
Right.
be more spent. So, and the fiscal deficit is also to be controlled. So
Yeah.
you require spending also.
Sure. Given this focus and the taxation changes, what is your understanding that the new income tax bill may possibly consist when it is tabled next week, given the announcements? Any trailer from today that you've got for what that bill could actually consist of with regards to the new tax regime or the future of old tax regime? Anything on that, sir?
So 1961 Act has just been amended time and again. So actually a lot of consultative committees, maybe 22 odd committees had gone through this in the last, you saw the announcement in the last budget, and since then it has been work in progress. So four things that I see. First, I will see that all these deductions and all will go away. It will be more simpler.
Okay.
Tax rates will be made more simpler. Means it will not complex anything. TDS, for example, you will find, and wealth tax also, which was an ambiguity, will also come into play. And TDS also will be rationalized. You have TDS from 0 to 30%. So that part also will get rationalized. So you will find a structural change here. You will find simplification here, rationalization here, and also it will become easy to understand. I mean, for anybody to easily understand. So it will become very easy for everybody. So I feel it is going to take out a lot of sections which are ambiguous and contrary to each other. I think that will change a lot.
Okay. If you look at one big focus in the economic survey yesterday, sir, that it was on deregulation. Today, a lot of announcements in line with, have been made to reduce the regulatory and compliance burden. How have you seen the conversations and on-ground realities with respect to ease of doing business, cost of doing business, and how these announcements today, in your opinion, was the need of the hour? What's the on-ground realities regarding this and how much needed it was?
So deregulation is a very important aspect because the cost of compliance for any small sector is very high. And deregulation is a very important step. I would see there has been a lot of mention on deregulation, but deregulation is required in terms of land reforms. You require deregulation in manufacturing. You require deregulation, which has been mentioned in the budget on the MSME, SME segment. Because what happens, the cost of compliance has escalated in the last few years. And that is why you will see a lot of deregulation, which will be notified step by step. It's a very integral part because I'm just giving you one parameter which you can understand. So how many type of labor acts are applicable to one particular company? PF, ESI, you talk of gratuity, you see everybody having a role there. So what really happens is too many departments are there. So I think there the manufacturing sector got to, and she mentioned about ease of doing business. So I think combined with ease of doing business with deregulation is going to be the key.
Okay. And between the two, the ease of doing business and cost of doing business, where have you seen most of the conversation being shifted between the two? Is it balanced or is it more for businesses now the focus on cost of doing business rather than ease of doing business? Or you see them, very closely interrelated?
They are interrelated because cost of doing business will give you competitiveness. But complete lack of regulation also is going to bring non-compliance. So non-compliance also has to be pegged in. But on the other side, you have to see and ensure that cost of doing business also has to be brought down, because then only the competitiveness that is being sort of, even in the agri sector, the competitiveness that will be there. So that has to be, and manufacturing sector. And you see the type of figures that have come in from the union budget. So that it's 40% of the whole manufacturing segment is MSMEs and SMEs, which is huge. So there has to be deregulation there.
Okay. Now, it is being said, sir, that the government's focus has shifted from capex to consumption, given, today the modest increase in capital expenditure number for the next fiscal and for this fiscal also, falling short by around 1 lakh crore from the 11.11 lakh crore target given last year. How do you see this? Are we really the focus shifting from capex to consumption? What are your thoughts on it?
So capex will stay where it is because there is already a deficit in implementation of capex. If you look at last year's budget, how much capex have you actually done? You're not done too much of capex. So capex is important for growth, whereas consumption is also equally important for fiscal deficit. So capital there is no curtailment. It's either or. It's not like that situation. Capex will continue, and in certain areas, And ease of doing, the other part that you're saying is that the regulatory aspect has also to be curtailed. Whereas on one side, I find that, basically between ease of doing business, compliance, structural reform, and this has to be sort of a capex to revenue. Both have to be aligned. That is very important. See,
Right.
what happens is, I'll just give an example so that I would like to express it more freely. For example, capex. Why is capex not getting spent? It is because of inefficiencies, and also because of regulations, over-regulation.
Right.
So what happens is, it does bring a lot of inefficiencies in other way, and which also brings in cash flow issues. Revenues are sort of tampered with, or reduced. So my view is, it is an integral part. It has to go seamless. We can't be doing a either or sort of situation.
Right. In my conversations with you, you have been very bullish on the tourism sector. And amid these slowdown concerns, since the second quarter, there was an argument that India's consumption basket is changing, with tourism now being a significant contributor. How do you see the announcements today? Because there have been a host of announcements with respect to tourism, medical tourism. How do you see them today?
So 50 destinations have been sort of identified for tourism, where infrastructure to everything will be taken care. And I think that will be a great boost to tourism. The only thing is the implementation part of it. Medical tourism is a great statement to make, but I think implementing this will take its own, as I said, this will take its own. Efficiencies are very important, but tourism is going to be a very vital cog, because it's the second largest employer in an organized and inorganized sector, the tourism. The number of rooms that have gone are there. You look at, for example, you look at Ayodhya, how much of spiritual tourism is happening there. You look at that. So there are certain segments like this. So, for example, in the south, there are few temples and few places where spiritual tourism will increase. So I think, and apart from that, medical tourism, spiritual tourism, and then which is what is called as travel, which is business related tourism, which will be there in the urban cities. So I think it's a combination of everything together.
Right. Any other major announcements that particularly interested you, sir? I know taxation is something that has taken over the headlines, but anything that you've read between the lines and particularly you found very interesting and you feel that is not being much talked about as of now?
Startups, 10,000 crores on startups, artificial intelligence, 3 centers.
Right.
It is something that is the future. And I think people are underestimating artificial intelligence, especially in the global scenario. So that is something that I think the government has focused in the budget, if you look at it. And as we go through the fine print, you'll find that more and more on artificial intelligence will be something more that will emerge out of it. So these are 2 things: startups, SMEs, the credit guarantee scheme, and then the last but not the least, the artificial intelligence.
Sure, sir. My last question to you: how do you see the collision avatar of this government and the real groundwork, ground level politics being played out in the budget with special focus on Bihar? I mean, I think 4 or 6 mentions particularly related to Bihar in this election year. What are your thoughts on that?
So every government in power does this. So, and they will do this. And in a collusion, in a coalition politics, there will be demands. And I think that's the balancing act which the finance minister has always to do.
Right.
Historically, you look back, even West Bengal had a lot of benefits at some point of time. Sometimes it was Tamil Nadu. So IITs, for example, were set up. IIMs were set up based on that. So this will be always there. So India, as long as it is in India, India is the winner. There is no problem of any state. That's what I believe.
Sure, sir. On a closing statement, anything that I know she has fulfilled a lot of wishes, which were the, part of pre-budget conversations, but anything that you feel could have done or have been missed out?
So I would have liked to see more on technology side.
Okay,
I would have liked to see more on technology. Though
got it.
there is something on artificial intelligence, but I would have liked to see more on technology.
Mm,
One more thing that I would add, the IFSC, that exemption of which is extended to 2030 is a great step for
right,
inward investment.
sure.
So the gift city, that is a great step that has been taken. I should have added that. But in my view, uh, something for the capital market I would have expected. For example, uniform dividend at 15%.
Mm,
It would have really helped the capital market. This was one thing that I wished, but these are all wishes. Other side was the technology part. I would have liked to see more technology aspects, focus on technology, though it is there in bits and pieces in the budget, but something more on technology, and especially where we are exporting our services outside India.
right,
And for the service sector, we should have seen something more special focus on service sector, because India is a knowledge hub.
right.
I should have seen. I wish it would have come more on the service sector. So that is my take.
You
But
mentioned.
then, but there cannot be any complete budget anytime.
Absolutely. And but you mentioned about capital markets and provisions related to it. What are your thoughts on capital market taxation given the round of increases that we had in the last budget? There's not much mention of it now. Were you expecting that, or were you expecting a significant increase, or not significant, but just a increase this year as well?
No, I was not expecting anything in the capital market, especially for the long-term capital gain and the capital gain, because it was already raised a lot of controversy on it. And,
Yeah,
there were a lot of divided opinions on that. So, and again, tweaking a policy when it is just about implemented, and that too, a July budget,
right.
I did not expect that, because it has long-term ramifications. So I don't think that would have been possible.
Well, Ravi sir, thank you so much for your time, this afternoon, for setting the tone, the context, and giving a brief overview or the fine print of what your key takeaways were from this budget. Once again, thank you, and I look forward to talking to you more,
Thank you.
engaging more on this.
Thank you, Arjun.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Bye. Take
Thank
care.
you so much, Arjun. Thank you so much, Ravi sir.
Thank you so much. Bye. Take care.
Yeah.
So, now moving on to the next session of the day, to the first session of the day is catalyzing economic growth and financial stability. As speakers, we have here K. Ravichandran, CRO, ICRA, Mr. Jayjeet Bhattacharya, Senior Economist, President, CDEP, Mr. Tanmay Kumar, CFO, Shiprocket, Mr. Vivek Lohia, Managing Director, Jupiter Wagons. Chairing the session would be Mr. Ashish Sinha, Senior Associate Editor, BW Businessworld.
Priyanshi, I think we have a bit 15 minutes, so we'll just keep this on the screen and let the panelists join, and then do a formal introduction once again.
Okay, yes, Arjun. Sure.
So let's keep this on the screen, and from 2 p.m. onwards, our team of experts will dive sector-wise on topics like economy, energy, startups, sustainability, and the big picture. So stay tuned, and we resume our program once the speakers join at 2 p.m.
Thank you, Arjun.
Hello, good afternoon. So, Ashish,
Good afternoon, sir. How are you?
I am fine. How about you?
Fine, sir. We'll start, sir. People are joining. I've just prompted two other guests to join so that we
Yeah.
can. Hi, sir. Jajiji, welcome, Ashish here.
Hello, Ashish. Good to see you.
Good to see you, sir, after a long time.
Yes, indeed.
I think Vivek ji is there, but we'll request Vivek ji if you can hear, you can join us, sir. Priyanshi, we can start. People will join. I think Tanmay ji is joining and Vivek ji is joining.
Okay, sure. Good afternoon, everyone. As we start now the series of panels where we are going to dive deeply into various sectors and assess the impact of India's economic and business landscape. Our first sector focused panel, where we are going to talk about catalyzing economic growth and financial stability. Welcoming our speakers for the panel, Mr. K. Ravichandran, CRO at ICRA, Mr. Jaijeet Bhattacharya, Senior Economist, President at Center for Digital Economy Policy Research, Mr. Tanmay Kumar, CFO Shiprocket, and Mr. Vivek Lohia, Managing Director, Jupiter Wagons. Chairing this session is Mr. Ashish Sinha, Senior Associate Editor, BW Businessworld. Dear speakers, we have got 30 minutes for this panel. Let's start the panel now. Thank you.
Thank you, Priyanshi. So, sir, stock market has started reacting as soon as the budget was presented. Insurance stocks were tanking. Overall, stock market also went down. So, if I can start, Priyanshi, you'll have to rename. Everybody's name is showing as Vivek Lohia.
So we'll get it renamed.
Sure. So, Ramachandran, sir, if you could just start overall assessment of the budget numbers. I know personal income tax is the thing which everybody is talking about, but we can just put a pause on that and then just your take on overall stability is maintained, continuity is maintained, or have you spotted something which is different from that, sir?
As a financial sector participant, I would think that fiscal consolidation is very, very important, and government has stuck to its target of reducing the fiscal deficit. And for the next year, they're targeting 4.4% deficit as percentage of GDP, which is a commendable job, especially considering the revenue foregone from this income tax related exemptions. At the same time, the boost which the IT related the reliefs would give to the economy could be quite significant, especially the consumption oriented sectors will certainly be impacted. Perhaps the discretionary items like automobiles and consumer durables and other retail purchases, etc., could get a fillip, and that is what middle class has been upset about, and especially with the high inflation, their own income growth has not been commensurate with that, and this will come as a big relief to the consuming urban class, I would think. To that extent, it's good for the overall economic growth rate. At the end of the day, if you look at our GDP composition, almost 60% comes from the consumption side, and it's important to kickstart that part of the economy. While there has been some comment about the capex has not increased to the extent one would have liked. But government's own hands were tied, especially with all these revenue-related challenges. That is the best they could have done. But even here, I would think spending about 3%, 3.1% of GDP on various infrastructure and other related sectors itself is commendable job. So it's growing. Capex would be growing by about 10%. Exactly similar to 10% growth which they assumed for the GDP, nominal GDP growth rate. So they're maintaining the pace of investments on the infrastructure side. I would think in the current context, it's not that bad, from the government point of view. Perhaps they're exhorting the private sector to come and invest more. So that is what larger Indian corporates should be doing. As per our analysis, the large private sector groups are investing. It's only the unlisted space where the activity has been somewhat subdued, and perhaps the middle and lower end of the overall corporate space. That is where there is some pain and demand related pressures out there, and that is where the action has to happen on the capex front. But otherwise, I would think government has done a good job of boosting consumption, and we need to see how it shapes out in terms of eventual demand and overall corporate earnings growth, etc.
Thank you, Ravichandran. I welcome Vivek Lohia. Thank you for joining, sir, from Jupiter Wagons. And Tanmay ji, thank you for taking time out for this thing. Jayajit ji, if I can come to you, if you can start from the impact on the digital ecosystem, because there has been talk about in the budget of finance minister about digitizing stuff, allocating funds for training people in AI, then some kind of rebate given to the telecom equipment manufacturing side, and your overall view of what is the biggest 3-4 takeaways you see in the budget speech.
So look, there are three parts to digital. One is the digital manufacturing, which is television, telecom, and so on and so forth. The second is the digital services, such as cloud services, storage services, and so on. And the third is the digital skilling and software development, and so on and so forth. So all of them has been touched upon in this budget in a very focused manner. So if I take, for example, the hit that optical fiber cables were taking, and the need to really safeguard the industry, to increase BCD on certain elements so that the local industry is safeguarded, while also ensuring that there is no inverted duty structure. So both of these asks have been very finely balanced and delivered in this budget. Things like television were being hit by inverted duty structure. Same with many other electrical devices. So the component taxes were high, and she has reduced the component taxes, while the finished good taxes she has ensured is at a higher rate so that there's no inverted duty structure. In addition, we all know that the future is AI, and we really need to pull up our socks on AI. We have been left behind for whatever reason, which means that there needs to be large-scale skilling in AI. And the budgetary provisions, as you see in the details of the budget, has come out with significant support for AI and for skilling people in these areas. So from a digital perspective, it's a very forward-looking budget. Also, if you look into many of the aspects, for example, the support to the gig workers is through a lot of digital being used, right? So the adoption of a larger scale adoption of digital in government in order to deliver the services, I think that's very, very heartening. And so, digital has almost become a part of the government and part of budget. It's not anything separate. And I think that is an ideal situation to be in. And so what needed to be done was to promote the industry and promote skill development. And those have also been factored into this budget.
Thank you, sir. Vivek ji, if you can unmute yourself, sir. I know you may not be happy. A lot of rail listed stocks did not perform well after the thing. So what were your expectations before the budget was presented? And how do you see, I mean, if you look at the fine print, allocation to Railway Ministry remains almost the same. For new line development, doubling of lines, marginal increase of money, passenger earnings and earnings from goods, there is a significant, I would say, jump estimated for FY26. So how do you see this for locomotive manufacture and your space of business operations, sir?
Thank you for inviting me. First of all, I would like to comment on the announcement with regard to the lithium ion and the EV space, because that is a space now we are venturing in a
Yeah.
substantial way. So I think the roadmap, the government has clearly laid down the roadmap towards moving from ICE vehicles to lithium ion driven vehicles. And more importantly, with the kind of renewable ecosystem which we are developing, and I think by 2030, we are projecting that more than half of our energy is going to come through the renewable ecosystem. So we need a lot of investment in the energy storage. So I think this boost, which is given in the budget towards especially on the lithium-ion batteries, I think will go again in a long way in promoting the whole BESS ecosystem, where we have already now started seeing a lot of Make in India tenders coming. So on the railway space, since we are working, we are pushing the lithium-ion batteries in a big way, because railways also taken a very strong commitment towards moving to green energy. And now we are seeing a lot of tenders coming out by railways towards converting their existing diesel driven generators and other equipments towards lithium ion and towards hydrogen. So I think this will be a major boost. I think, the giving more money to the people will definitely drive consumption in a big way. I think what we have seen is that over the last few years, there was a lot of emphasis on capex. I think still it continues. It's not that there has been a pullback on that. We have seen, so if you look at the railway budget, the capex has been increased by 13 to 14%. So basically, the whole idea is to rather than allocating funds, I think the government wants to see the funds being used, because a lot of times where we have seen in the overall capex that uh, capex has been deployed, but then ultimately the capex comes back unused. So I think railway, as you rightly said, that they projected a considerable growth in the freight earnings. I think that is a huge sign of confidence, because as rolling stock manufacturers, we just look for two things. One is that investment in track infrastructure, which is, I think, the government is very unrelenting about it, and they're very focused. Uh, Over the last 1 year, they have announced a lot of corridors to bottleneck the track infrastructure, because those are not part of the big bang budget announcements. So, it all goes in the fine print, but those are the real, substantive infrastructure investments which count towards the future. I think because typically the infrastructure cycle is slightly longer, and then you see the results little later. So I think in the next year, 2 years, you will start seeing all this infrastructure projects and railway starting delivering, because railway is compared to road, the gestation period is slightly higher, because it's to lay railway tracks, and the entire ecosystem takes a little bit longer than making roads. So I think that will boost uh, the freight business. I think there'll be a tremendous boost which will come towards and if the freight targets are achieved, then that means more and more rolling stock, which is going to be required. So I think it is very, very positive. We expect the rolling stock consumption to go up. So that means demand for new rolling stock. And again, as the track infrastructure is getting upgraded, that means from 22-ton axle load, you have to shift to the higher axle load to get the economies of scale. And there, I think today also, if you look at the railway rolling stock population, majority of the rolling stock is still on the lower axle load. So I think that is a huge momentum which is going over the next 3-4 years is going to play out. So I think we feel that it's a very strong budget for our sector. And plus, I think the government is very focused on, I think, simplifying the whole economy. I think today,
I'll come to that, Vivekji, in the next round of question. Tanmayji, if I can ask your comment on two specific points, since you are belonging to logistics sectors. This India Post, the announcement of India Post now to be catalyzed into a kind of logistic last mile delivery, that impacting the whole business. And how do you see any specific things which strike out for you for the logistic sectors overall?
Thank you, Ashishji. So um, I'll talk about India Post, but one sector that I am very, very excited, and there is a lot of fine print in the budget, which is about the MSMEs, and we actually stand for MSMEs of India, right? So before I jump to the India Post question, right? Or let me first answer that, and then come to MSMEs. There is no this is a step that was, in my view, very, very long overdue. There is no enterprise in India which is not as well positioned as India Post, with the kind of network, with more than 1.5 lakh rural post offices and that kind of a 2.5 lakh post office employees, to really unleash the power of tier 2, tier 3 cities. And therefore, we think that this will, if you think about e-commerce, if you think about the growth that is happening in tier 2, 2, 3, this move was really, really overdue, because most of the logistics growth that's been happening has been fairly urban centric. This is what will transform literally and take it far more deeper. Government is open to partnerships on this one. There are public-private, MOUs getting signed, etc. So in that sense, this is going to be very, very positive for the entire ecosystem. As far as we are concerned, we have a direct relationship with India Post, and we are supporting them in their digitization efforts. So to us, particularly, this is very, very exciting.
And your comments on the measures taken to bring in some sort of framework to gig workers, which are the also last mile delivery person can be a gig worker, apart from being delivery boys for food delivery apps and all. How do you see that quickly?
No, so clearly, the industry will welcome this, right? Ultimately, this will unify, and it will bring a certain standard to doing things. And therefore, from that standpoint, clearly, this is a very, very positive step. It will remove disparities, because now there is a minimum that's coming in, and therefore, to my mind, the whole move on gig workers is very, very positive.
Thank you.
If you allow me, I'll talk a little about the fine print on the MSMEs, because I think
I'll come back to that. I'll come back to that.
Sure.
Mr. Ravichandran, Economic Survey yesterday posted a kind of an indication that over next 20 years, India has to regularly clock 8% plus GDP growth. Almost 78,000 plus new jobs have to be created every year. In that context, how do you make sense of the numbers and the announcements which Finance Minister has done today? An overall macro picture, and specifically the second part will be on your assessment for the aviation sector and the transportation sector. If you have anything specific which you have seen, that would you like to expand upon, especially with the regional connectivity getting further regional?
Yeah, so employment generation has been a challenge for India. Almost 10 to 12 million jobs we ought to be creating, given the younger workforce. But we've not been able to do that. Hardly 50%, we're able to do. Especially with all the automation happening, even on the manufacturing side, it's not becoming, it's becoming a big challenge, to meet the target. While IT services have been, big employment generator, now with all the generative AI, hitting the market, whether even that will sustain, that itself is a question mark. So employment generation will continue to be a challenge for India, I would think. On the manufacturing side, only the limit to which we can grow. Especially given the competition from our trading partner, especially China, which has a very strong moat in manufacturing. So despite all the incentives given under PLA scheme for about 14 sectors, employment generation still would be at a low level compared to potential. That will be a challenge. So we need to lift people out of non-productive agriculture. And perhaps within agriculture only, as the Prime Minister has been saying, ancillary, they need to get into dairy sector and other ancillary agricultural sector. Perhaps that can absorb some of the unproductive population. So we have to think about this matter in a very, very innovative way. Otherwise, manufacturing per se may not be able to absorb all the surplus labor in the agriculture side. And for services, you really require a skill upgradation. So that would also require serious attention, from the policymakers. So that is one side. On the other side, given the fact that we are a democracy and we have too many political parties, too many views, it's not so easy to go ahead with very critical reforms, whether it is agriculture or land related and so on and so forth. Unlike some of our competing countries where one party rules and hardly any opposition, so for them it's easy to take tough calls, which is really good for the economy, may not be good for the people, for some time. So given those kind of challenges, achieving 8% and 10% growth will be a dream only. So if we can achieve 6 to 7%, itself that will be reasonably a good metric to achieve. While we have structural issues in the near term, also we have other issues like for example, with Donald Trump coming in. Tariff is one area where everybody is scared as to what will be the net impact on different sectors. So export dynamics have taken a complete turn. So that is another headwind, and geopolitical issues are also happening thick and fast. Given all these challenges, achieving 7% and above growth rate would be a challenge even in the near term. Medium to long term, we have those big issues. So I think you should be happy with 6 to 7% by addressing small issues. That will take care of some of our growth pangs. Now coming to some of the specific on the measures on the transportation side, the UDAN scheme certainly has made a big difference with regard to improving the connectivity in some of the far off places. These days, airline connectivity to smaller places is fairly good, and the fares are also fairly reasonable given the subsidy available to the airline companies. And we're also opening new airports, and three more airports are lined to be opened in the next 3 to 5 years. So with the recent measures, I'm sure airport infrastructure as well as the airline infrastructure. If you look at the big names, whether it is Air India, Indigo, they have placed big orders. For the next 10 years, we'll be tripling our airline fleet. So infrastructure-wise, there will be a big leap that we would have made on the airline side as well as the airport side. And parallelly, government is also trying to improve the tourism potential by giving various incentives. So all these measures will certainly help generate employment as well as improve the connectivity, and will be good for the the GDP growth as well. To whatever extent that can help the overall cause.
Okay. Jajit ji, your take on this populist measure, much expected, much debated, of giving exemptions and personal tax thing, and impact on it. I mean, capex expenditure has just gone up by about 10%. Tax foregone due to this measure will be about 1 lakh crore plus. How do you see this having any kind of near-term or throughout the year impact on the overall the growth story, the manufacturing story, the job story, that in that context?
So let's just look at some of the dimensions to this, to this point. One is the fact that that we have decided to go back into the glide path of fiscal deficit, which is great from an inflation control perspective, which is great for people, which is great for industries, right? So if we go back to 4.4 fiscal deficit, then our inflation gets controlled. Now, if we want to stick to 4.4, so we can't spend much more, right? But and therefore the capital expenditure you see has not gone up much more than that 10 to 11 lakh crore. We are stuck over there. Now, could we have raised more money through taxation and therefore spend more money? Well, that's where the nuances come in. One of the reasons why we had slowed down in Q2 of this financial year, which is yet to complete, is because the government slowed down in its expenditure, and which also led to income challenges for the middle class, while their disposable income was getting eaten up through inflation, right? Through the double whammy, the consumer spending also reduced. And as Mr. Ravichandran mentioned, 60% of the economy is driven by internal consumption. So once that slowed down, our economy started slowing down. Now, the only way to get it back on track is to ensure that people have money in their hands and they've got more money than what they were expecting, right? And that links back to your other question that was, were we expecting that much amount of tax break? Now, once that happens, immediately people would love to go and buy white goods, buy televisions, buy a scooter, and so on and so forth, which will then lead to consumption growth and which will then lead to more indirect taxation coming in. So the fact that there is a foregoing of 1 lakh crore in terms of direct taxation does not mean that the overall taxation has reduced. It is coming back to indirect taxation. And also, when the money is getting spent in capex, such as infrastructure, again, there is a multiplier effect. And every time there is a multiplication happening, there is an indirect tax that's getting collected at that point. And so it is not really a populist measure that it's made out to be, because it was necessary for the economy. And what else was the option? 60% of the economy is driven by consumption. Consumption had slowed down. Now we can do the revenue part of it, which is start giving money to everybody. So the taxpayers, which are 2% of the population, as we all know, they are going to now bear the burden of giving freebies to the rest of the population. Instead of doing that, what the finance minister has done is given them back the money that they've earned through hard work, and it adds up to their disposable income, which means that they will have a greater propensity to spend that money. Also, in tandem, the finance minister came out with schemes to ensure that they are pushed towards saving, which means that if they end up saving, that money can be used for investing into infrastructure, manufacturing, and other productive assets. So in whichever way you look at it, it really is a win-win situation. It is also the larger mantra that the government should get away or get out of the way, because the whole principle of taxation is that the government knows better how to spend money, so take money out from the public and then will spend. What the government needs to do is stop getting into, let's say, the business of manufacturing toothpaste and focus on infrastructure and governance, for which we really don't need the amount of money that was getting collected. Also, do keep in mind that we will be growing as an economy. And I think that 6.8% predicted or 6.4 to 6.8, which is the range given in the economic survey, is more conservative. If we have ceteris paribus, all things being equal, no further escalation in geopolitical tensions, things simmering down thanks to Trump coming in and trying to get away from war and back to business, we should grow faster than what has been projected to be. In which case, everything that we're talking about is all based on percentages, will grow faster. Even your direct tax collection will actually grow because people will start earning more. And that will be a great outcome out of these policies. It is a nuances that really needs to be analyzed to see whether it's a populist measure or a necessary measure.
That's right. Vivek ji and Tanmay, I'll open and mix a question about the MSME ecosystem, as Tanmay had pointed out, in railways and especially in rolling stock manufacturing. What is the situation for the suppliers, MSMEs, and do they see any kind of benefit coming in, as you outlined earlier about moving to electrification, battery, and everything? And then in the logistics sector, if Tanmay there. So first Vivek ji and then Tanmay ji.
Yeah, so definitely, I think this will be a major boost towards the MSME and as in the railway ecosystem, I think the MSME play a vital part because even if you look at, um, say for Jupiter Wagon R ecosystem, uh, about 30% of 30 to 40% of the inputs which we buy come through the MSME ecosystem. And I think through the fiscal consolidation, another, I think, a plus of that would be that the interest rate should be coming down because it'll have inflationary trends would come down. I think that would give a huge boost to private capex because and especially to the MSMEs because interest rates are something which hurt them the most and on the capex cycle. I think that's going to be a huge positive given with Mr. Trump coming in and the way he is pushing for the rates to come down in the American market. I think that would be a huge boost of and again, I think coming back to the electric vehicles, I think this consumption which is the with the money now coming in people's hand, there'll be a huge again the consumptions will go up, and the last mile vehicles which we are now venturing into in a big way and launching next month. I think you will see a huge there also a fill up in that because as the consumption economy grows, then the last mile deliveries become very critical. So I think we'll see a big boost in that, and that's where the electric vehicles play also a very important part, both in three-wheelers and four-wheelers. Definitely, I think on the MSME side, uh, the I think simplifying the tax structures the government has talked about. They've talked about the setting up a high-powered committee to deregulate a lot of the simplify a lot of the tax structures and indirect, especially the indirect tax structures. I think that has been a clear roadmap has been set by the government where in the next few years they want to simplify especially the indirect tax structure and a lot of announcements have been made on the TDS and TCS fronts.
Yeah,
So
yeah, I know. We couldn't
very
cover
difficult for me
everything
to
because, yeah, I understand
very
that.
difficult for me to comment because
Yeah,
till
yeah,
you see all the fine prints.
that's
But I
true.
think that's a very strong direction which the government has laid down towards that.
Tanviji, request you to share your views in a minute because then we will close. Next panel is also landing up.
No, sure, Ashish. So, one way is where everybody is picking up the whole investment in the infrastructure side or on the manufacturing and agricultural side. But the other way to, if this is a growth, oriented budget and if the government has to drive employment by the heart of that, to my mind, is MSMEs because data was stated by the finance minister. She spoke about the fact, and in the economic survey, it comes out that they are like 30% of the GDP, 40% of the exports. They are like 45% of the manufacturing output. There are like 63 million of them in the country. So it's the significance cannot be understated, right? And in that sense, there are like multiple things that you see in the budget and they are very, very heartwarming in that sense that they've upped the limits for credit guarantee limits. There is going to be customized credit cards for the micro enterprises for a 5 lakh limit for spending on operational financing. They're talking 10 lakh such credit cards.
Yeah.
They're talking about they've upped the limit for MSME classification, which means all the security that comes in and the incentive that come in. It's not that they've moved it by a small measure. It's been moved by 2.5 times and 2 times on investment. Those thresholds have significantly moved. So to my mind, this is a very, very, very positive step in the sense that it will drive employment, it will drive entrepreneurship, it will drive more enterprises to come, and in that sense, it will boost the entire economy, because this is a very, very significant and big part of the economy. So that's the exciting part. And other than MSMEs, I mean, just to say, look at startups, right? So this whole discussion and announcement on the fund of funds, Ashish ji, SIDBI manages the fund that was announced right now, but now the scale that is being talked about, right, that the existing commitments are 91,000 crores. So that is through the AIFs. It'll channelize investments into newer enterprises coming in, the startups succeeding, and that's a very positive step, right? So the startups exemption has got extended. It's come to like now till April 2030, that so they can continue to get exemptions. Everybody registered on the Startup India fund. They're like 110,000 startups now. So this is how you not only create employment, but you also drive people who can create more employment. And to that sense, for us as a company that is standing to make this sector succeed, whether through logistics enablement or through many other things that we do,
Thank
it's
you.
a very,
Thank you,
very
Mr.
positive sign.
Kumar. I'm extremely sorry to cut you here. This was our
Just-
time for the
Yeah,
panel.
just a minute,
Ashish sir,
Nancy,
you can close this.
before I thank you, Mr. Ravichandran, Jajit ji, Vivek ji, and Tanmay ji, how much point will you give this budget out of 10? If you can quickly say one word before I say thank you to all of you.
I would give 9 out of 10.
Jajit ji,
I'll give 9 because pollution budgeting has not been done. Otherwise, it would have been 10 out of 10.
Vivek ji,
I don't like giving numbers, but I would say that it's a very strong budget and it's a step in the right direction. I think, yes, till last few years, the focus was infrastructure. I think there's a slight shift. But I think, again, once we read the fine prints, we'll get a better sense of
Sure.
it.
and Tanmay ji.
Yeah, I would agree with the panelists. So I think it's a very encouraging budget. I would really give it a big thumbs up. So,
Thank you so much, Ravichandran ji, Jajit ji, Vivek ji, Tanmay ji. We'll keep in touch. Thank you for your time.
thank you,
Thank you
Ashish.
for organizing. Over to you, Priyanshi.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ashish sir. It was a very interesting panel. Moving on to the next panel, we'll talk about implications of India's sustainability goals. I'm welcoming our speakers here, Mr. Sridhar Sarathi, Chief Ethics Officer and Head Sustainability and CSR from Tata Capital, Ms. Rinika Grover, Head of Sustainability and Corporate Social Responsibility, Apollo Tyres, Mr. Narayan PS, Global Head Sustainability and Societal Initiatives, Wipro, Ms. Anjali Ravikumar, Chief Sustainability Officer at Zomato. Chairing the session would be Ms. Noor Fatima Varsia, Group Editorial Director at BW Businessworld. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Priyanshi. I think our panelists can begin switching on their cameras. I can see 3 of them are here already. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Noor Varsia, Group Editorial Director of BW Businessworld. Right now, over the next 30 minutes, and that's a tight 30 minutes, we will take into consideration what this budget meant from a sustainability standpoint. Now, the previous panel did underscore that this budget was very positive. Some gave it 9 on 10, some called it encouraging, strong, etc., etc. My colleague Arjun Yadav earlier in the day called it a populist budget. I'm going to add a couple of words over there, and I would say that this does appear to be an inclusive and sustainable budget. Now, this is something that our panelists here are going to agree, stroke disagree with, and I'm looking forward to that. Facts are, and some of the points out there are, that this budget definitely has made a lot of provisions which have not only pushed towards growing India's economic trajectory, but reinforcing the commitment to global climate goals as well. It is from renewable energy targets to critical mineral policies, clean energy, green energy, carbon reduction initiatives. The FM announced several things that point to a resilient, eco-conscious economy aligning with the aspirations of Viksit Bharat 2047. So I would still say that it is a strong budget from a sustainability aspect. But I want to move on and I want to ask my panelists over here, did anything miss any critical gaps? Anybody wants to take a dig at it first to say, did you notice any critical gaps or did you think that it was fine? Some of the themes of last year have continued and we look pretty much the country that wants to push our sustainability forward along with our economic growth. Who wants to go first? Shall we do a thing of ladies first? And shall I pick on Anjali from Zomato? Anjali, what did you think of the budget?
So I think of it from the lens of our industry, which is a hyperlocal e-commerce industry, and particularly in line with our mission of better food for more people. I think about what are the steps needed to achieve that sort of mission. And when you think about it, you need a sustainable agriculture system to begin with, which I think the budget had actually quite a bit of focus on, with the with the focus on 100 districts to begin with, which are not doing so great on certain agricultural parameters. I think that and then the focus on edible oil seeds as well. These are actually very crucial to building out a sustainable, self-reliant agricultural system. And then you think about what it would take in terms of sustainable logistics and food processing, etc. And I think there too the budget has made, especially with the now removal of customs duties for various EV components. I think that we have seen consistently over a couple of budgets that the EV ecosystem is bound to grow, and we in particular are hoping that EVs become far more affordable, not just for our delivery partners who are, really the last mile heroes, so to speak, in this system, but even for logistics players who, a lot of logistics players are MSMEs. And therefore, it's really critical that they are able to access clean technology at affordable rates, right? So for them, the entire transportation system needs to be green, and I believe the budget did make provisions for that. And of course, at the end of the restaurant, you can say, most restaurants in India, for instance, are MSMEs themselves. In fact, out of 2.5 lakh active food delivery restaurants on Zomato, 1.5, close to 1.5 are registered MSMEs. And and that is just on the basis of registration. So imagine how many unregistered MSMEs there are. And it's actually a huge employment generator in urban areas. So I'm particularly thrilled that the budget has given the kind of focus on MSMEs, because one doesn't automatically think of service MSMEs, but one should recognize that these MSMEs too will benefit from the increase in the credit guarantee, etc., that has been provided. So overall, I think the big boost to developing a sustainable food system. But one area which was missed, in my opinion, is green skilling. I think there needs to be, it's not going to be easy to utilize the existing skilled workforce in these sort of new age sectors, even in renewable, even in EVs, right? You can't assume that the existing training that we get for automobiles is suitable for the EV sector, or even the existing training for energy is suitable for renewable energy. We will need much more focus on specialized skilling courses and skilling programs for clean energy, clean transportation. And that, I think, has to be taken very seriously, else we will, some of these plans will face a hurdle.
Great, excellent. Thank you so much. Somehow we are just left with like some 25 odd minutes. I don't know how time is flying right now. I want to pull in Narayan sir into the conversation right now. Narayan sir, did you have any quick takeaways for us from this budget? Anything you think it missed, or anything really spectacular?
Yeah, sure. Thank you. I think both the economic survey yesterday and the budget today reflects the classic dilemmas of a developing country like us, and which corporations are all the time trying to grapple with, which is the triple bottom line, or the ESG framework that we
Am I gone, or is he gone?
corporations follow. Because how do you meet social, environmental, and economic goals? Sorry.
We lost you for a second. We lost you for a second. Would you like to just
Yeah.
repeat? We lost you for a
Yeah.
second. I think he's facing connection.
Yeah, it's so this classic dilemma. Okay. Hello.
Yes,
Yes.
Narayan. Go ahead,
Yeah.
Narayan.
So how do you sort of balance societal, economic, and environmental goals? I think what is clearly playing out in both in the budget and the economic. What will be interesting for me is to see what is the extent of alignment between some of the things that the survey said yesterday and what the budget is saying today. For example, the economic survey yesterday sort of pivots a shift.
Maybe you would want to switch off your camera, Narayan sir, because we
From
keep
mitigation
getting
to
your
adaptation when it comes
critical
to climate
volume.
change. Okay, let me try this. Otherwise, I'm going to also try another device.
No worries, no worries. Go ahead. Yeah.
So, while mitigation is of course important, but the economic survey yesterday did mention that one has to look more closely at climate adaptation, whether that is in agriculture or in coastal cities or in disaster management and so on. So the budget does mention some of this, but we'll have to look at whether that is really closely aligned with what the economic survey is saying. The other interesting thing for me in this budget is, again, I'm going to refer what the chief economic advisor said yesterday, that listen, you can have AI or you can have environmental sustainability, but you can't have both. Okay. So, because we all know about the hugely differential footprint of AI. What was interesting in the budget today, though it didn't mention about AI in particular, is the 100 gigawatt target for nuclear power by 2047.
Yes.
Because if you see all the big tech majors, whether it's Microsoft or Google or Amazon, they've all announced commitments to nuclear power in the last 6 weeks, driven by their investments in AI. The message is very clear. If you're going to, be in an AI-driven world, your combination of conventional fossil fuel and conventional renewable energy, which is solar and wind, I'm calling it conventional now, is not going to suffice. So you're going to go back to something which, we had tried out till the 70s and 80s in the world, and then the world dropped it because of the Chernobyl disaster and so on, which is the nuclear power. But there's a difference with respect to what I think the innovation now is in terms of small and medium form factor nuclear power and not the large form factor nuclear power. Safety levels have significantly advanced. Okay, so there is probably a case for relooking at nuclear power is what the signals are coming from everywhere, right? So that was really interesting in the budget. Specific mention of nuclear power.
Yes, yes. I'm going to agree with you on that point. In fact, the ambitious program on nuclear power has to be seen as a welcome development, because it's a fact that in the coming decades, our country will become the second largest energy demand center in the world. This budget has definitely given directional clarity on some of the issues, because nuclear energy will play a central role in decarbonization as well. I thought Anjali wanted to say something, but Anjali, before I get you in, I want my other panelists to also kind of come in. I don't know, I want to let Sridhar sir also to go ahead and tell me a little bit more on this budget itself. Any misses that you also thought, Sridhar sir, before I come to Rinika, and then we go to implications.
So firstly, thank you and good afternoon to my fellow colleagues. Thank you for having here. I think a good budget is not just about numbers. It's about the vision, priorities, and the future we want to build. Since we're speaking about sustainability, and I think that's very, very key. So when you look at the budget, of course, we have so much to do and so little time that we have. We always aspire for more and we want more. But given what we want to do in terms of nation building and want to, address at the same time, also address. So we spoke about nuclear energy, but at the same time, we are also addressing some basic challenges that we have, and we want to build a country so vast such as ours. The challenges that we have, the growth that we have, the aspirations that we have, the younger population that we have. So we have to have a right mix with what we have. And taking forward from what was said last year, I think that's important. The foundation that was done by the FM and of course under the leadership of the PM in terms of promoting renewable energy. If you remember, we had the PM Surya Ghar Mufti Bijli Yojana last time. Of course, that needs to be scaled up further. But these are initiatives that actually are in the right track. When we speak about wind energy projects that were there last year, or in terms of energy efficiency and infrastructure development, there were a lot of aspects that were covered. the further ramping up and scaling up of the electric vehicle ecosystem. That was key because as we go ahead, we're talking about carbon abatement, we are talking about fossil fuels reduction. Again, that's important. So, as a financial services organization, surely green financing and policy support that was intended last year needs to go up further. But yes, we are on the track to achieve some of those aspirations that were set as foundation for last year. So I'm happy that the point of the new nuclear mission for development of 100 gigawatt of nuclear energy by 2047. That's key for this budget. And in fact, 5 India-made small modular reactors which need to be operationalized by 2033. So those are key aspects that I think have been bought in. Of course, at a personal level, if you had to look at where I come from, the further strengthening of the regulatory aspects, which are key to ensure and enhance transparency, accountability within the financial sector. That's very, very key. And of course, there are various others which, in the interest of time, I wouldn't like to speak about. But I think what is important is that the initiatives, I'm not saying that we are there and we've achieved everything, but I think the groundwork, the foundation reflects actually at least the government's commitment to strengthening my sector, which is the financial service sector, in order to promote investment, ensure sustainable economic growth. That's key for this budget when I read this today, as I speak today.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Sridhar sir. Excellent points. Renika, over to you now.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Fatima. Fatima, the best part is when you go last, you almost everything's been spoken about. So I'll just kind of pinpoint a couple of things, adding to the panelists what they just mentioned. So for us, when I represent the transport sector, which is seen to be as most of the maximum emissions, like the 4th largest, if I'm talking about in terms of GHG. And when you're looking at that and the use phase of attire and all of that kind of stuff. So I think one of the pivotal points in this budget is the electric mobility, the integration, which the panelists have already spoken about. And in fact, if you look at India, we are one of the 11 nations or maybe 12 who've actually participated in this campaign where we say that 30% of our vehicles by 2030 are going to be electric vehicles. So that is a shift, and I think that is a pivotal point. The other point in terms of, in addition to what the other panelists have said, and I think that was one of the starting points was last year, was the climate taxonomy, which I think is very, very critical because now you're seeing the fruition as well, because now you're seeing the economic performance linked to environment indicators. And that is one of the things that's going to unravel this year. And that's something we're looking at it as through a positive lens, because you've seen certain kind of shifts, like when we're talking about emissions and when we're talking about reduction of emissions, there is the legislation side, which is leapfrogged massively last year. And I can talk one particular example from the tire industry as well. So we fall in the PAT scheme as well, basically. So, but that's something that the transition is from the last year to now, is that the shift is that you're not looking at energy intensity, but you're looking at emissions as well. So that is the kind of shift that you're seeing going forward. And for a manufacturing industry, which is huge, climate financing, electric mobility, all of these are really, really critical, because that is what is going to make India achieve its overall commitments of net zero. And yeah, so that's something which I see, what we feel that is the right way and the right approach in terms of looking at the budget through that lens.
Excellent. See, broadly, all of us think it was a great budget for us. Of course, fine print is still out there. So first takeaway. However, green skilling came up. Anjali pointed green skilling. I thought green financing also, like the undercurrent sounded like something more could have been done on green financing as well. So those two areas we could kind of park in the area of a little bit more could have been done. Narayan sir obviously pointed out to a very critical issue, which is two things cannot go hand in hand. The budget has pushed both of these things. something's got to give, and we'll see what's got to give at a later point in time, I'm sure. But right now, it's all positive. Let's go to the implications now that we have assessed the budget and the provisions are made. But where can it fall, or where can it not go through? So this one, is it okay if I start with you, Rinika? I don't want you to go last this time.
No, that's fine. That's fine. So, where can it fall, or where
any challenges,
where could we
translating?
improve? So, I personally, I mean, when I was looking at it, and of course, there's a lot of fine print that would have to follow, and we have to still look at it. Where I think, and I was just analyzing with my team in terms of what's happened in the last few years. So, you see, we have an ambition to phase out our coal production. But the subsidies, when you talk about INCO, in that particular area, is huge as a country. So we've actually, from the numbers of 25 billion to now, subsidies from 2013 to now, we've reduced it to about 3 billions or something of that sort. But still, when we look at India as a country, our subsidies for this particular area is still in the top 10 to 15. So on one side, we are saying that we will reduce our, phase out our coal production. On the other side, we still have our coal production increasing, irrespective of the fact that the renewable energy portfolio is increasing as well. So whilst, there's this mention of the Yojana, the PM Ghar Yojana for having 1 crore rural households with solar panels, and not all of that complementing it. But yet there is one thing that we need to look at: if those subsidies could shift more towards green green infrastructure or renewable energy. That's something I thought would be one of the areas where one could focus on in terms of where the budget looks at, overall. So that's what as I said, there's a lot of fine print that still needs to be understood what's happening, but I thought that was one of the areas.
All right, excellent. Anjali, you want to add to that?
So what are my expected implications of this budget?
Or anywhere that we feel that while the announcements have been made, but 1 year later, we might not be very happy with how it has turned out.
Right. I mean, I do feel this, well, I do feel this way about electric vehicles. I think the progress is a little slower than we have all expected. And I really do think that this has to do with the fact that ultimately the responsibility for translating some of these objectives, national objectives, into ground realities lies with the states. So I do think that the budget alone while it makes certain provisions for people who are into manufacturing of electric vehicles, and it definitely incentivizes local production. For my industry, for instance, we need a very wide range of options for our 6 lakh plus delivery partners across the country at varying price points, right, to meet their aspirations wherever they are. When we are present across 800 cities, but it's 800 cities today do not have the infrastructure for electric vehicles or for charging, for instance, right? So I think that what would be good is that within the sustainable sort of cities vision, and I think their budget has also proposed a challenge fund. There has to be special emphasis on 2 things, in my view, on sustainable mobility infrastructure, which is largely going to be we're going to depend heavily on public infrastructure rather than private. And secondly, another thing that I felt got missed is recycling and waste related infrastructure. To really build a circular economy, one needs massive investments in infrastructure, not just in manufacturing, but in recycling as well. So it has to be really treated at the same level as manufacturing, in my view. Where are all these solar panels going to go? Where are all these EV batteries going to go? There must be a very robust recycling mechanism in place for us to for these new industries to be far less polluting than our older ones. So these are some thoughts in mind. But yes, I'm hoping overall that EVs become much more accessible and our transportation systems become much cleaner.
Yeah, understood the point on recycling and waste. Waste did get covered in the mineral policy that has come up. But yeah, I understand that it is just to that the elimination of custom duties for waste and scrap in just the critical minerals policy should have an impact. But yes, the far-reaching aspect may have been missed. I'm going to get Mr. Sarathi into the conversation right now. Mr. Sarathi, my question to you right now is, and it's a broad question now because we are towards the end of the discussion. How do you think businesses and industries should align their sustainability investment and the sustainability investment strategies with the provisions of the budget? Or I know it's a little early to ask, but you could just put it on yourself and tell us, how do you see yourself aligning your strategies towards investment in sustainability on the outcomes of what we have seen today?
So, at a personal level, suppose we have a huge challenge because on one hand is growth, and for us it is about responsible growth because we are a financial services organization, so we need to support the growth but responsibly. So, if you look at the growth that's in the last 10 years, so we've ensured that we support organizations which have a clear path towards more on the greener aspect, more on sustainability. I think because it is the responsibility, the level of awareness that has been created has been tremendous. In the past few years, I was just reading a report a few days ago, and India will see a five-fold growth in green investments to something about 30 lakh crore between in the next 5 years. And I think that is very, very key because when we are speaking about hard to abate sectors, we are speaking about sectors which are going to find very difficult. And as one of the fastest growing economy in the country, in the world, I think we need that to fine tune that balance between development and environmental aspirations, and therefore prioritize what is key. And I think as we go towards a net zero, so if you look at one of the panelists was saying nearly 19 to 20 lakh crore is going to come into renewable energy and storage, and about 4 lakh crore into automotive sectors. I think that's the scalable model that we are speaking about. And as we speak, many of the organizations, because of the regulatory aspects, which in a certain way has surely helped us, because we need to report responsibly. And I'm using the word responsible again because organizations which have taken that into as a part of their core strategy will find it easier on terms of reporting on the parameters of E, S, and G, which is very, very key. And the budget to a certain extent helps us fine tune as to what we're going to do. So our portfolio, for example, in the corporate sector would be wherever there is green energy that is going to be used, or something, or a model that is based on sustainable development. That is key because it is important to ensure that we have a better planet Earth. And I repeat, I am pretty impressed with at least the foundation that has been set up for the budget. It might take the time, but I think it is for all of us to play an important role in ensuring that we support in this growth aspect together.
Absolutely agree. After this, we are going to move to the final question, which is one thing you could tweak about the budget. So everybody can start preparing for that. Narayan sir, you on the other hand, I have a question for you, which is how does the budget align with India's international sustainability commitments? Any points on that?
Well, I think the most prominent international commitment is, of course, our Paris Agreement commitments, right?
Yes.
And there, I think our progress, our position, as I said earlier, reflects the dilemma of a developing country like us. As I think Renika pointed out, while we are adding renewable energy capacity, we are also adding coal capacity, thermal power capacity, right? So I think and this is true for countries and for corporations. The right way of looking at it is that I'm avoiding a bad situation becoming worse. Okay, so while I am adding thermal power capacity, but I'm also doing this on other fronts, right? And that's the important part, right? At some point, of course, the graphs have to interchange. The graph of circularity, the graph of renewables must cross over the graph of fossil fuels and so on, right? So that's how it is. Otherwise, if you look at absolute emissions, I mean, India is still very large, and it is still rising, and it will rise for some more time. We'll have to keep seeing how to compress that gap between what is
All right,
needed.
excellent. We have 1 minute. Our panelists have already started joining for the next session, and some part of this discussion actually gets carried forward in that discussion as well. Last part, one thing you could tweak. Who wants to go first?
I can.
Renika, all right, Renika, go for it.
I can go. In terms of the budget, I would just say if there is a saying, if you dwell in the past, you lose one eye. If you focus too much, you lose both. So I would just say that looking at that saying, I would just say that once we're, to link it with this is that we could look at innovation, embracing innovation in the coming, going forward in terms of how we could take sustainability journey forward and not focusing too much in terms of what's not happened. And that's something I highlighted earlier as well. So that's it.
Love
So
it.
for me, I think personally, while the budget does encourage and include green finance initiatives and support for clean energy, I think a better focus on direct or a higher direct investments in solar, wind, and hydrogen infrastructure would have helped or will help accelerate our net zero goals. And surely tax incentives or subsidies for the same can further strengthen the clean energy sector. That would have been my wish list.
All right, excellent. Anjali?
Yes, I'm deeply concerned about the quality of life in our cities. And to that extent, I believe I would have liked to see actually even more aggressive, I think, focus on clean transport and definitely to support that clear mention of green skilling. And like I said, I think waste is an area that gets thought of after it is generated, and we shouldn't take that approach. We should be a lot more proactive if we truly wish to build a circular economy.
Excellent. Narayan sir?
I think when the rubber hits the road in terms of implementation, and I think the challenges of implementation are always in terms of joining the dots. So you have all the different pieces here. You have job generation, you have entrepreneurship, you have sustainability, you have R&D. They all need to come together. How do you do basic R&D in, let's say, circularity, in solid waste management, what Anjali was mentioning, or in clean air? Connect that to the entrepreneurship ecosystem. Connect that with jobs, and sort of move the needle on environmental sustainability. That's really the challenge, isn't it? Whether it is at a corporation level or at a country level.
Yes. Excellent. Excellent. Thank you so much, all the panelists, for being on time, for being concise, and for taking out giving us such excellent insights. Thank you, all of you.
Thank you.
Giving this back to Priyanshi now. So just to put the opening note out there, we are seeing this as a sustainable and inclusive budget as the first view. Fine print, journalists love it, like lawyers and insurance agents. Fine print still out there. We'll see what happens. But first takeaway, excellent budget for us. All the best. All the
Thank
best,
you.
Priyanshi.
Bye.
Thank you. Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much, speakers. It was truly an enlightening session for our audiences. We just spoke about the sustainability sector. Next up, we'll move to talk about the energy sector. The topic for the session is powering India's energy transition and growth. I'm welcoming our speakers, Mr. Amit Patnekar, whole-time director and CEO, Wari Energies, Mr. Parag Sharma, founder and CEO, O2 Power, Mr. Simarpreet Singh, executive director and CEO, Hartech Group, Mr. Girish Kadam, senior VP and group head, corporate sector ratings, ICRA, Mr. Vaibhav Pratap Singh, Executive Director, Climate and Sustainability Initiative, and Ms. Shilpa Urhekar, CEO, Jinsol Engineering. Chairing the session is Mr. Arjun Yadav, Senior Correspondent, BW Businessworld. Over to you, Arjun.
Thank you, Priyanshi. Welcome, panelists. The previous panel setting up the tone on what this budget had with respect to sustainability. We'll go a bit deeper on the energy transition drive. I request all of you to please switch on your cameras now, since we'll begin the panel. Hello, Girishji, I can see you live now.
Yeah, hi Arjun. If you can hear me, we actually cannot switch it on. I, for some reason, can't switch it on.
Okay, no worries, sir. All right. So, just let me give a background on what we have heard from the finance minister. So this year, I feel the announcements were under the larger banner of the power sector reforms. Focus in the speech was on distribution companies and related reforms, augmentation of intrastate transmission capacity, putting the thrust on the states by giving them additional borrowing to the tune of 0.5% of their gross state domestic product. Nuclear was the theme for the day, and for the first time we've got a number from the government on what they envision from till about 2047. It found a mention in the July budget as well, but the clear number is something that we got today. And again, just like July budget, private sector participation has been encouraged. So, very in your opening statements, panelists, what are your larger thoughts on the announcements related to this sector? We didn't really find, announcements with respect to very explicitly solar, wind. Of course, they mentioned it about in the clean tech manufacturing area. But do you think it's sort of a confidence that the government is reposing on you guys that, भैया, आप लोग अब जम गए हो, आप लोग कर रहे हो, अब थोड़ा diversification करने दो on sectors which have been neglected? Your opening comments, please.
Okay,
Mr.
let me.
Bhatkar, you can start.
Okay, perfect. Well, thank you very much, Arjun. Yeah, interesting segue you gave me in terms of whether you're on your own now. I don't think government is actually saying that. In fact, we are trying to go through the fine print and what it means. So clearly, there was a mention by the Honorable Finance Minister when she said we are going to help clean tech manufacturing prosper in the country, and clear mention of solar, wind, so solar PV, wind, batteries, electrolyzers, and electric vehicles. And that was a very clear mention, correct? And so we tried to dig down into the fine print and still absorbing the fine print, but it actually looks quite promising. So what we understood is PM Surya Ghar gets additional allocation, and it's a pretty substantial allocation with a very strong target of 35 lakh houses that need to be covered within this fiscal year. I mean, the coming fiscal year, 25-26, which really translates to 10 plus gigawatts in 1 year, just on the PM Surya Ghar Yojana. And then there is a proportionate budget outlay for that as well. Again, we are trying to get ascertain the numbers on that, but that's an announcement that was made. On the PM Kusum scheme, there is 8 lakh pumps that have been considered as extra. So again, very, very strong, clear direction given there. For the green energy corridor, there is about 600 crores. So all of it taken together, it looks like it's going to be 21 gigawatts plus of allocation for the DCR cells, straddling across all of these schemes, which really is phenomenal news. And so that's as far as our budget is concerned.
Yeah.
I mean, overall, if I just zoom out, it was a very well thought out. I mean, you have in agriculture, power, strong digital impetus, AI impetus, which also helps the power industry because it obviously is a power guzzling piece. So demand-wise, also it will go up. And last but not the least, innovation, R&D, and people skilling. So all in all, honestly, a very inspiring budget from my perspective.
Sure. Mr. Sharma, if you would like to touch upon as to what your initial thoughts are on it. And given, let me just go back a day before when the economic survey came out. So, the larger energy transition picture that was painted in the economic survey yesterday was that renewable energy expansion is facing high storage costs and supply chain dependencies on China. Very famously, it was picked up by the media, wherein it was written that the road to energy transition goes through China. And very subtly, the finance minister today mentioned very, subtly that securing energy supplies will be a priority. So, Mr. Sharma, how do you look at all of these developments and the larger power sector announcements today?
Yeah, thanks.
Mr. Sharma, you're not quite audible. I think that's a network issue. If you would like to switch off your camera for better audio transmission, that I think if it aids.
Is it better now?
Yeah, it's better now. It's better.
Yeah. So I was saying that the expectation from our sector is really huge. We last year has doubled the solar installation as compared to the previous year. And the install capacity addition is really on the target if we really look on a broader basis. But I think what government wants is that not only we keep adding 30, 40 gigawatts every year, but we add all these capacities using domestic manufacturing. And that is where this budget has a focus on that how can we really add more entire modules value chain, entire turbine value chain, wind turbine value chain, and also the BSS of all these components getting manufactured from India. But yes, it's a very clever task that government has to do because if there is not so many megawatts of manufacturing capacity in India, and still, if government pushes people to use Make in India, then it may impact the growth for the entire sector. So they have been doing it very tacitly, at least for the module side. Now we can confidently say that all the growth of solar capacity can be met from modules manufactured in India. But we can't say for the cell, we can't say it for obviously the entire value chain of solar. Similarly, on the battery side, the cost really needs to come down first. And moment we start putting duties or we push the industry to do Make in India, then the entire economics around having BSS, battery energy storage system in India will get disturbed. So in that overall framework, very cleverly, government is navigating it.
Right.
Obviously, the broader picture is that in the energy transition, the key issues are PPA signing, evacuation, and these issues are beyond this budget, and government has to handle it separately.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Sharma. Simarpreet, your quick thoughts on the clean tech manufacturing thrust, particularly with respect to solar PV cells, and a very minute change in tariffs on solar cell and module. The reduction that we saw is being balanced by the agriculture infrastructure and development cess and social welfare surcharge purely from the solar side and the larger picture. If you could give me your thoughts, Simarpreet.
सर मुझे ऐसे लगता है जो आप बोल रहे थे ना शुरू में व्हाट यू सेड दैट वी आर नाउ अब बड़े हो गए हैं सर देखिए 200 गीगावाट तो लग गया है तो बड़े तो डेफिनेटली हो गए हैं आई एग्री विद अमित व्हाट ही सेड इट्स अ वेरी बैलेंस्ड बजट of course on the solar side you have Amit and other people to sort of add on I think for me personally as not only representing the power sector but I think what two things which I really appreciated one was that let's understand as engineers we have to understand हम जितना मर्जी solar लगा लें you need grid to evacuate the power right अब मतलब वाईफाई तो लगा के आप घरों तक पहुंचाओगे नहीं बिजली को right so the challenge is two things which I have been personally highlighting since last 4-5 years is on the emphasis on the grid scale electrification that is very impressive her take being on the both the sides building grid till 765 kV and on the solar EPC side that is something I was very impressed by and the second Arjun I think we also spoke last week during our interaction something which I think Parag and other would also appreciate the emphasis on manufacturing of high voltage electrification equipments that was a very turning point because let's understand Amit bhai baithe hain wo to solar panels or gigawatt karte rahenge right but also we to understand large transformers and electrification ke jo manufacturers hain they take up to 12 to 18 months right so that was something when the honorable finance minister when they mentioned that special focus on EHV electrical equipment should be there that was something I was relieved but I think हम सारे पॉजिटिव बात कर रहे हैं एंड आई हैव ऑलवेज सेड दैट आज 10 साल से बोल रहा हूँ कि ये तो सोलर बजट होता है हर बार राइट बिकॉज दैट इज व्हाई वी हैव ग्रोन टू 100 गीगावाट दैट इज व्हाई वी आर क्लोज टू 100 गीगावाट ऑफ सोलर इंस्टॉलेशन बट अभी भी and I have to say this it pains me that nowhere ROW is mentioned and that is the point यार जब तक हम वो उसको एड्रेस अर्जुन भाई नहीं करेंगे we have to understand solar. हमारे पास अमित और पराग बैठे हैं, वो लगता ही रहेगा इंडिया में, कोई टेंशन नहीं है. हम लोग हैं, शिल्पा जी, हम इंस्टॉल करते रहेंगे, but you need that massive reforms to happen on the ROW side. और जब तक अर्जुन भाई वो नहीं होगा, जो एक हमारा ट्रूली एनर्जी सिक्योरिटी और एनर्जी ट्रांजिशन के हम जो सपना देख रहे हैं ना, वो कहीं ना कहीं that would be a big roadblock in that.
Sure. Thank you, Simarpreet ji. Shilpa ji, if you would like to add quickly to what just Simarpreet said.
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Arjun. Thanks for having me here. I think the highlight of the budget indeed was the uproar, the cheer that we heard in the newsrooms today when the income tax slabs were announced. So that was definitely the highlight.
Yeah.
But yeah, having said that, to us, I think this budget has very strongly echoed two major sentiments. And for me, those sentiments, one is, of course, manufacturing. Atmanirbhar Bharat, everybody is talking about that. And the second one, which emerged as a very strong theme to us, was the ease of doing business. So, not only in as many words, but by various pointers. Throughout the speech, the Honorable Finance Minister said, or has indicated that the budget actually will focus on creating an ecosystem where more finance and more investments will be encouraged. So I'll let Parag and others take on the manufacturing bit. But for me, the couple of other highlights were the intra-state transmission systems.
Right.
That gets the focus. And the second one was the regulatory framework that is being discussed. So to have a budget, talk about a regulatory framework, creating a high level committee. So we are hoping, we don't of course know the details yet, but we are hoping that the power sector reforms form a part of it.
Sure. Vaibhav, I'll ask you more to delve deeper on the transmission aspect, because this is something that you wrote for us in our pre-budget issue as well. But before that, Girish ji, I want to point out, that the economic survey yesterday pointed an evident friction between energy security and energy transition globally. How do you see this friction in the Indian context, and given, the thrust that today's announcement, especially with respect to nuclear, how, the International Energy Agency Director Fatih Birol says that both of them can coexist, energy transition and energy security. But the key is diversification. With that context, how do you see this thrust on nuclear and the larger announcements today?
So yeah, thanks Arjun for having me here. So certainly, see, energy transition, energy security, and energy affordability, all the three pillars have to coexist, and that is how most of the economies are actually progressing, as long as towards the energy transition, which is a long-term objective. Now, as far as India is concerned, the announcement, a very big announcement on the nuclear energy side, is a step in that direction, as I mentioned. It's a very, very ambitious announcement of 100 gigawatt by 2047. By the way, India has installed nuclear capacity just about 8 gigawatt. And under construction, nuclear capacity by Nuclear Power Corporation is about 5 gigawatt, which is actively under implementation. And that should happen over a period of next 3 to 4 years. So that means a lot needs to be done. But there is a very, very serious focus which is coming from the government towards nuclear. Is certainly a positive step as far as energy security and energy transition is concerned. But having said that, there are associated execution challenges, because nuclear capacity execution is highly complex, very, very highly capital intensive. I mean, under construction nuclear projects capital cost would be at least 20 crore per megawatt. On a levelized LCOE basis, the tariff required is close to 6 to 6.5 rupees a unit. So although it is going to be competitive in line with the thermal LCOE for the under implementation thermal power projects for many of the PSUs, but the point is that there are execution challenges. It also requires amendment in the Atomic Act, which the Honorable Finance Minister has said. So all that timelines are not clear. There are bound to be execution challenges. So that's on the nuclear front. And secondly, if you look at the overall theme of the budget, continues to remain clean energy focused, as Parag highlighted, and also Mr. Amit also highlighted. There is a focus on clean energy, which is pretty much evident from the fact that there is a higher budgetary allocation towards the rooftop solar scheme. In fact, the allocation is 80% higher, almost 20,000 crore for FY 2026, which is 80% higher than what is there for the FY 25. On top of that, there is also a higher allocation for the distribution reform linked capex schemes, which has been already announced by the government of India 2 years back, which is to the extent of 15% higher for the next year. On top of that, there is also a serious focus in terms of the manufacturing mission, as far as the critical, components which are required in the clean energy value chain, whether it is cells, modules, electrolyzers, turbines, wind turbines, and battery storage components. More than that, there are, custom duty waivers, 100% custom duty waivers, for some of the critical minerals, which includes cobalt, the scrap, battery scrap, and so many other, critical minerals for which some of the majority of the critical minerals are already 100% exempt, and that list is getting expanded. So you can imagine the kind of focus which is already there in terms of the critical mineral, recovery, augmentation, and the mining related impetus which is coming out from there. So all in all, there is a strong focus which continues to be there on the clean energy, from this particular budget.
Sure. Thank you, Girishji. Vaibhav, your quick take on if you would like to add on this friction that I just talked about between the two, and then you can, just give a bit more on the transmission aspect that you had discussed.
Yeah, I guess there might be some friction, but I guess eventually it will go away with time. Because once I had a chance to work upon India's net zero transition plan, and we had envisioned that electricity sector is the biggest infrastructure driver under the net zero scenario, amounting to somewhere around $8.5 trillion. And even if we look today, if we break down the budget into various capex drivers, so last year railways, which is one of the biggest behemoth, is just $30 billion. If we break down NHAI, it's another $30-40 billion. And if we just go by the numbers for, let's say, power sector alone, we need somewhere around $50 billion every year. So that is bigger than any of the transitions out there. And this will just go up, and it will just go on building up, because first, it's about electrification of each and everything that's out there. And if we go by what Amit, Parag are doing, the electricity generation profiles are changing. It is being done at the periphery of the country, and your consumption centers are usually at the somewhere in the middle. So your transmission starts becoming more and more important. Simarpreet also referred to somewhere that it needs to be, these electrons that are being generated out there need to be evacuated, need to be out there with the people. And since the profiles are different, your centers of consumption would be UP and Odisha, which may or may not be able to generate so much of. So it has been highlighted out there, if you read the fine print, that this responsibility has been given back to state governments. You borrow more, get your distribution and transmission systems more effective, so that you can have the energy transition more, I would say, more cohesive and more possibly out there. So that is where I feel this is budget. I am still to read the final prints, but how it can really help the energy transition along the way. And on your question where the friction might appear, EVs are still expensive. They're really expensive to produce. So if I just can quote the numbers, an ex-factory price of EV, even though this is an power sector discussion, they cost almost 70, the two-wheelers, which is doing the most best, cost 70% more than the normal ICE vehicle to produce. Your Hero Splendor versus, let's say, a Hero comes up with an electric scooter, that is 74% more expensive to produce. And here the role of these initiatives like getting the sources of critical minerals solved for can take it to an extent on the energy security fund. So
Sure.
I would rest over here with the initial.
I think, but you've given a clear picture on that. My next question, and I just have, I think, 4 or 5 minutes left for this panel. Again, and this is for the industry players specifically, where the survey yesterday talked about innovation and investment in addressing problems related to renewable energy, such as battery storage, grid infrastructure, and critical minerals. With this clean tech manufacturing mission, Amit, how do your company at large think will get this thrust on innovation and investment in particularly, when it comes to developing battery storage, grid infrastructure, and critical minerals from your company perspective, and how this mission will aid that?
So two aspects to innovation and R&D. First is the people aspect, and I think there is a fair amount of thought process. As Shilpa said, it's great to listen to a budget speech which directionally talks about the need for innovation and need for people skilling in that direction, and that'll go a long way. We will need to look at the fine print in terms of how precisely it is being worked out. But I would expect skilling, which government will help skilling by potentially setting up skilling centers, and over and above that, and they of course talked about IITs and augmentation of IITs and so on and so forth. So I think those are all welcome moves, and that will help innovation and creating that innovation ecosystem in the country. The other aspect which really needs to be looked at, and Simranpreet talked about, we all talk good about the budget. I think let's talk about what potentially also can be done in the next budget. There has to be something that we have not achieved so far. We need to achieve it, right? So I think for Indian companies to actually invest more in R&D, some sort of incentives from that perspective. I mean, it could be tax incentives, tax rebates, in whatever form they come, will go a long way in setting up strong R&D centers, employing the best of the class people, and making sure that we are cutting edge. At the end of the day, whether it's solar cells, whether it's battery energy storage systems, big problems in transmission, grid stability, all of these are tough problems where we need mathematicians, we need physicists, we need electrical engineers, we need mechanical engineers, all of them working together, and we need the best of the best to beat the best. Honestly, I mean, from a technology perspective, we are actually dealing with a competitor who is extremely, extremely strong. So
sure,
we need all of that.
Yeah. Mr. Sharma, how would you like to add on this part of innovation and investment in addressing these problems?
Yeah, I think as Amit mentioned, so in India, the manufacturing has to be pushed a lot. There's a huge gap between not only the investments coming into manufacturing in India versus China, but also in terms of technology developments. So both in the module supply chain and also in the BSS, battery energy supply chain, we are completely dependent upon China. And it may take years, and it may take a lot of tariff, non-tariff barriers to really develop both these streams of business. So that is one thing which is very sure. Now, the new complexity which has been entered is the nuclear, where we also have to really see how private sector can help in this space. As of now, we have very limited exposure in this sector. Only NPCIL has recently called for a bid where the ownership will remain of NPCIL. Only the private sector can do EPC business there. So what is the expectation of private sector in the nuclear space? That really needs to be seen, and how we can indigenize things as sophisticated as SMRs. And this list goes on and on. Offshore wind, we have to learn a lot. So that's we are really lagging in terms of doing domestic manufacturing of most of the things in the value chain.
Very rightly pointed out, especially.
Okay, I have to go off somewhere. I'll talk to you a little later. Okay.
Yeah, so very rightly pointed out, Mr. Sharma, the private sector players see a very long cycle when it comes to nuclear projects as of now, 15, 20 years. But Simranpreet, Shilpa and Girishji, I have around 1 minute left, 30 seconds to each of you. What are your concluding
सर मैं
thoughts?
15 सेकेंड्स ही लूंगा जी.
अच्छा.
सर आई थिंक आई एग्री विद पराग. जब तक मेक इन इंडिया, असेंबल इन इंडिया रहेगा सर, तब तक ट्रूली जो हम आत्मनिर्भर भारत की बात करते हो नहीं बिल्ड कर पाएगा. वी नीड एक्चुअल मेक इन इंडिया. असेंबल इन इंडिया हो गया, अब मेक इन इंडिया की बात करें. जब जब मेक इन इंडिया जब हम करेंगे वहीं इनोवेशंस होंगी. एंड आई थिंक आई कंप्लीटली एग्री विद व्हाट पराग इज सेइंग. देखो ग्राउंड रियलिटी एक्सेप्ट करनी बहुत जरूरी है. As Amit pointed out, it requires the entire ecosystem to come together. 200 गीगावाट पे पहुंच गए हैं. We are not, I agree, we are not, अब वो एक threshold क्रॉस कर दिया है. But now I feel more than ever, right? The entire industry has to come together. And जो एक vision है हमारा 2047, 100 years of independence का, वो तभी हो सकता है when the entire industry comes together and truly build India to the next level की जो हम बात करते हैं, वो तभी हो पाएगा when all of us come together.
Sure.
I couldn't agree more on this with Simaprit and Parag as well. I think we missed the bus in solar module. We have woken up late to start indigenizing the cell, at least for the battery component, at least for the securing the supply chains from the BESS perspective. I think we have started in time, and I think that focus. Uh, I agree with Amit. I was waiting to hear some kind of tax rebates on R&D projects, but that has not seen the light of the day still. And let's hope and wait for the fine print. But unless we focus on R&D as a country, we will miss the bus for storage as well. And for then, storage is just the beginning. There are further more other technologies as well. So I think it's a combination of lot of things which need to come together to really have a meaningful energy transition and an independent energy transition, where we are not we are doing our things our way in our country.
Sure. Thank you so
Yeah.
much.
So from my side, I completely agree with what Mr. Parag said. I mean, China is a dominant player in the entire value chain, and India has lagged behind quite significantly as far as technology part is concerned. We are the followers, and with the kind of targets which are there and the kind of potential that India has, a serious effort is certainly required. More importantly, in terms of setting up integrated and large-scale, cost-competitive manufacturing facilities in the entire value chain. Although we are lagging, but that effort is certainly required. There are a number of steps which already the country has taken, and the efforts are going on with respect to a number of companies, but fast-track approach is required. And with respect to the point which Mr. Amit highlighted in terms of the incentives on R&D front, in fact, the original idea of the clean energy cess, which was levied on thermal coal, which is now 400 rupees a ton, should have been ideally utilized for deploying these R&D projects and efficiency improvement and the clean energy sector benefit. This cess has been unfortunately renamed as a GST compensation cess, right? And that's a huge money, 700 million metric tons into 400, almost 20 to 30,000 crore of cash collection, which is happening within the country, which could have ideally gone for the clean energy sector benefit. So that is, but leaving that aside, there are a number of policy measures which have taken place, which have supported the clean energy sector the way we are. So with that, but lastly on the budget part, as I mentioned in the opening remarks, the budget continues to remain the clean energy focused in line with our expectations. But the most importantly, the implementation remains to be a key with respect to most of the proposals which has been outlined in the budget.
Right. Thank you so much. That's all the time we have. Thank you so much for joining us and being so concise and articulated in this little time that we had. Over to you, Priyanshi. Thank you so much, panelists.
Thank you. Thank you so much,
Thank
Arjun.
you.
It was truly a valuable session for our audiences. We just heard the industry experts from the energy sector. Moving on to the next sector that we'll be diving deep into is the tech, where we'll talk about accelerating India's tech-driven future. Inviting our speakers here, we have Ms. Neeti Sharma, CEO of Team Leads Digital, Dr. Ajay Chaudhary, founder HCL, Chairman, Epic Foundation and MGB, National Quantum Mission of India, and Mr. Sunil Gupta, co-founder and CEO of QNU Labs. Chairing this session is Rohit Chintapalli, Senior Correspondent at BW Businessworld. Over to you, Rohit.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Priyanshi. I think all our panelists can switch on their cameras, Ajay and Neeti.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Right. So all of us are here. I think I can begin. Good afternoon, everyone. It is an absolute pleasure to welcome you to this much anticipated discussion hosted by Business World, of course. We'll be examining the implications of union budget, of course, from the announcements made earlier. It's a interesting time that we are having this conversation, and it's a juncture where the nation and the world is kind of in a state of complete disruption and debate over the possibilities in the world of AI. DeepSeek has completely kind of disrupted the fact that all of the things that were happening, innovation seemed to be having revived the discussions around AI models once again. And, on the other side, export controls on AI diffusion chips by the US government, outgoing Biden administration, it seems to kind of spell troubles for all major economies trying to compete on the technology front. But today we are, of course, joined by eminent panelists here. We have Dr. Ajay Chaudhary, one of the co-founders of HCL, chairman of EPIC Foundation and chairman of Mission Governing Board for National Quantum Mission. We also have Neeti Sharma, CEO of staffing firm Team Lease Digital, and Sunil Gupta, co-founder and CEO at QNU Labs, fantastic quantum cybersecurity startup, of course. Welcome, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let me begin with Dr. Ajay Chaudhary. A lot of inputs of yours have been taken into our stories, and we did have a chat long back on quantum mission. But in the lead up to the budget, you and Epic Foundation had made quite a few suggestions to the government on electronics and semicon terms, products, largely, you could say that. Are you happy with what has been announced, perhaps? Have you been able to look through some of the announcements?
Well, I have looked at the announcements, and this budget does not talk anything about semiconductors and making India a product nation in electronics and semiconductors. So that's a missing piece. But for the startups, there is something here, which is 10,000 crore fund of funds, which has been added to the existing fund of funds, and then another 20,000 crores for deep tech fund of funds. So these two are great announcements for the deep tech industry. And also, one of the things that we had asked for was that working capital requirements of startups need to be taken care of, which has been done. So 10 to 20 crores worth of loans they can get against a credit guarantee scheme. So this is something which is quite positive. And if you sort of look at the other area, which is R&D, our country lacks seriously in R&D. And last year, the government had announced a 1 lakh crore budget for, kickstarting R&D in the country. For that, this year, they have made a provision of 20,000 crores. So that means they're very serious about this 1 lakh crore piece that they were wanting to do for making India a product nation. So those are some of the things that I would like to initially mention. Maybe I'll leave it to others to talk about some other areas.
Just for context, I would like to kind of add some numbers, perhaps, that were not highlighted in the budget speech. Of course, I was looking at the numbers of the schemes, and India AI Mission has been allocated 2,000 crore for this year, and under that, there will be 20 AI curation units across various central ministries, 80 India AI labs, and it would look at 25 deep tech startups for funding and support 3 industry-led projects. That's quite a lot for 2,000 crores. That's my observation. And apart from that, since you talked about semicon, I think modified program for semiconductor and display manufacturing got 7,000 crore. It's up from 6,903 crores in the interim budget last year. And the PLI scheme has been given 9,000 crores. So that's that. And R&D has been given all in all to 20,000 crore. That was mentioned in the highlights as well.
Yeah, but I think that 7,000 crores is too little for the design area, because if you look at the whole problem that we have today, the problem is that fabs will come up in next 2 years and 4 years. and who will be the customer of fabs. So our recommendation from EPIC was that serious attention should be given towards creating a fabless industry in the country and a product industry in the country. And for that, a task force was set up by the Honorable Minister, which recommended around 40,000 crores to be provided for this. So this is completely missing. And that is why I mentioned that whatever provisions are being made may not be good enough for what we had suggested.
That's interesting that you say that, because we are amidst a very turbulent time when it comes to AI diffusion controls that have been kind of placed from the US, and we are sort of moving into a world perhaps that where we might get left behind. At the same time, the acceleration is required perhaps now more than ever. Even the 500 crore allocation that has been given for, I think, education sector in terms of AI COE, I'm not very sure when that's going to come up, because three others had been kind of planned in 2023, I think, and those are supposed to kind of come through by 28, and that might be quite a while. So I'm not too sure how fast we are going on this, but perhaps more initiative would be required too.
You know, actually, for geopolitical reasons, two critical aspects TP had pointed out.
Yeah.
Invest into LLMs and invest into the fabless semiconductor area, because we need to make ourselves self-sufficient, and for strategic autonomy, both these areas are absolutely essential. So, the AI mission that was announced recently talked about creating our own LLMs. So that means that there is clear direction towards that. But the fabless area and the semiconductor area, creating our own chips, creating our own GPUs in long term is essential. Otherwise, as a country, we'll be definitely having trouble with more and more sanctions happening all over the world.
On the R&D aspect of things, before I go to Niti and Sunil, I think at industry forums we have been forever sort of talking about PPP models and industry academia partnerships. But off the record, everyone wants to kind of talk about these things and how this is kind of lacking, and we need this. But what do you think is the way forward for us? How do we kind of provide some initiative and momentum, perhaps? Is that at all possible in the short term?
You see, this is exactly why the government announced that 1 lakh crore fund,
Yeah.
because I'm quite aware of that fund. And the whole objective of that fund to really make India a product nation and get R&D kick-started in the private sector. See, till now, all the funding that the government has done for R&D has been government to government. The objective now has to change from government to private. And this is something which is a new thing that the government has thought through, and they are going to go forward with this. And that's a great change from whatever has happened in the past, because this is exactly what the US does. You look at DARPA, they'll give you enough funds for all kinds of companies to create products and then give them business also in the country. So the piece that is missing is providing business to these people. Startups must get business when they create technologies in India. Companies must get business when they make products in India. This whole thing becomes a virtuous cycle. And that virtuous cycle is what is required for us to be successful in being a product nation.
Niti, since Dr. Ajay Chaudhary kind of talked about virtuous cycle and skilling, education, labor market, these are the things that were kind of focused upon in economic survey as well. 24 pages of all about AI and the impact on labor. And there was a deep meditation on very realistically what's going to happen perhaps and what's been happening in the realm of AI. We had quite a few initiatives kind of doled out in the last budget. That remains the case this time as well, a few initiatives. What is your observation on the initiatives this time?
So I think the fact that we are talking about investments and budgets for AI labs, there are COEs that are actually getting announced, and they will be focused on ensuring that we do a lot of work on AI and deep tech. That's a positive movement. Having said that, like you called out from the last budget, we've been talking about ensuring that we skill people for this changing technology era. I don't think we're doing enough to ensure that we have the right talent that the industry requires, which is why the industry ends up making investments. And then when they make investments, they don't pay the right wage, and then it just goes back saying, hey, I'm getting engineers or I'm getting graduates, they're not employable, so let me make investments and so on and so forth. So I would also call out, I'll probably use the same term that Dr. Chaudhary used. It's a vicious cycle, and you called out saying the industry academia partnership, and this is something not new. I think all of us have been hearing this term for the last 2-3 decades now. In some shape and form, every institution is trying to do something, and not just education institutes, even private sectors trying to do something about it. But somehow the cohesiveness is still not built in as an ecosystem. A very small measure that got amplified in the last budget and has been called out a lot more in this budget is the internship or the apprenticeship scheme. And in a way, that will bring the industry and academy together, because we're talking about a learner studying in class and studying on the job and getting credits and thereby becoming more employable. And we need a lot of that in the area of AI. We need a lot of that in newer skills, and R&D you've been talking about. Most institutions, have very little budget to focus on research. How do we take that quantum jump to go ahead of what other countries are doing? I think we are far behind. I mean, of course, we have great tech startups, who are dabbling with these new technology stacks, but we need people who are skilled. We need people who understand security, data, quantum computing, deep tech. There's just so much happening right now in the world of technology, the world of work, and the world of learning. All of this has to start coming together. But yeah, like I said, I think the 5 national COEs, the COE of AI for education, enabling more seats for IITs, infrastructure. I think all of that is going to be a push on the for the positive. Having said that, we still know that there are lots of engineering colleges who are not able to fill their seats. So on the other side, I would say, should we look at just making, spending money on infrastructure, on new infrastructure, rather than utilizing what we have and do better than what we've been doing so far on whether ITIs, IITs, IIMs, and of course lots of government public engineering colleges, as well as the private engineering institutes. There's a lot of infrastructure that we have. There's a lot of capacity. I think we need to do better in getting the right students, the right curriculum, the right faculty, and ensure that we have the right skills for the demand that is getting generated, because that demand is actually going to be a lot more than what probably we can supply right now.
Right. It's a interesting cycle that kind of we can discuss in various levels. One of the things that I've observed is that since we are talking about AI skilling a lot these days in the last 2-3 years, uh, we seem to be missing out on the conversation on the basic learning as well that needs to come across. And India is producing a lot of engineers, of course, but we don't see that translating into, again, the talk about R&D. We don't have enough people going into pursuing doctorates and going into research. So at this point of juncture, I would like to kind of bring Sunil into this conversation. Uh, you are kind of working in the cutting edge aspects of technology, of course, and you're one of the very few people who are working on quantum cybersecurity. Uh, you must be having a lot of doctorates and PhDs as well on your payroll, but what is your observation on how we are doing on R&D aspects of things, and how do you see that improving?
Yeah, sure. So I think the first thing that I like to say, that definitely whatever announcements have come up, they're definitely very positive, right? I think directionally, uh, these announcements are good, right? Because what we are talking about R&D, if you see, what we need is that uh, that there are a lot of effort and is fuel innovation within the academia, right? So I think the fellowship that are announced are definitely going to give further, incentive and initiate that. Second thing, what we need is basically, as Dr. Ajay said, how do we bring R&D investment in the private sector, right? Private industry. So that also been announced, 20,000 crore. We have to just see that how does it get deployed, how much it goes to the startup, because eventually startups have to play a very important role here, right, in the private part. But I think one of the area which we always found lacking in the last few years is that how do we bring academia and industry together, right? The collaboration between them. Because today I've been in discussion with several academia because they all want to set up, they want to develop faculties, right? Faculty development program in the quantum tech, AI is very, very important. Then that faculty will then teach to students, right? And then how do we bring academia industry partnership from the two aspects, right? One is from joint collaboration in terms of building technology, right? Academia, there are a lot of good people who can build technology and early technology readiness levels, right? But then they have to work together with industry to build a product, right? And I think that is where Dr. Ajay's focus has been, that how do we build product nation until unless academia and industry come together and we can build products that can help India to get self-reliant and become a global power. So another important aspect is that how do we build labs, right? One of the areas that very important academia to invest in labs in quantum tech space or cybersecurity space or AI space, and then allow students to do hands-on. One of the challenge we always seen that even in the new tech, while students will do AI and every other thing that they need to do, if we don't involve them early on with the industry to do hands-on project, whether it's the students or the faculty, they are not going to get the required knowledge that is required in such a deep tech areas to really become employable, right? So I think that focus, I hope, probably under this initiatives of academia industry partnership through this R&D, we will probably not only build technology, but we will make sure that there's a collaboration at a much deeper level. And the last point that I want to mention that Dr. Ajay also mentioned, that if we build technology, right, it's good that we are putting a lot of money and there's a collaboration happens, we build technology for India. But if you're not able to deploy in terms of that is, the orders are not there for industry and startup to deploy this technology in our networks and wherever it is required, then we will not become the competitive power, right? So I think that area is probably also needs to be addressed.
And also, since a lot of technology is about the talent, the top talent that is going to push all the technologies at a national level, I would like to highlight that a lot of people are kind of moving away from India just because the incentive of pursuing research here is not good enough. At one of the forums recently, I think I met a couple of engineers. They were working for a quantum startup, of course, but it's based out of Europe. And what they kind of quoted to me was that, the kind of respect we get there and perhaps the remunerations that we are able to uh, pull from there. And also perhaps the system does not allow us to kind of stay back in India as much, and it's not as lucrative. And they talked about how they've gone to China and worked on quantum computers there, and that kind of becomes an incentive. But when they come back to India, the infrastructure is simply not there in place. And I'm bringing the question of quantum because we both have Sunil here and Ajay sir also here. Where do you think that we can improve upon when it comes to preserving our best talent and keeping them here?
It's about the ecosystem, actually. I mean, if you create the right ecosystem, people will stay and people will work and people will come back to India. So if you look at in the National Quantum Mission, what we have really created are 4 technology hubs. One in Indian Institute of Science for computing, for communication at IIT Madras, for sensing at IIT Bombay, and for materials at IIT Delhi. Now, we have been given 4,000 crores for putting this whole infrastructure together and funding for researchers to work on this. So actually, this whole ecosystem is being created in a very deep way by the National Quantum Mission. And what I expect is that within the next 6 to 12 months, you will see these places humming with all kinds of equipment and researchers. The challenges that are there at this moment, which we have pointed out to the government, is that the procurement processes for R&D and for institutions are very difficult. And those need to be corrected so the equipment, etc., and the infrastructure comes in faster than normal. So that is a single area that we are focusing on. We have taken it up with the government, and we are hoping that that will get corrected. Rest, I don't think there'll be issues in terms of quantum, because one of the big things that we have done in quantum is to also introduce a very, very generous startup scheme. And Sunil is a beneficiary of that scheme. We are giving up to 30 crores to startups without any guarantees. Okay, so that's a very major step the National Quantum Mission has taken. So, creating this whole ecosystem is what we are after. And I hope that in National Quantum Mission, this ecosystem will get created. People will come and want to work here. There are about 700-800 scientists today in quantum, and there are about 300-400 similar people within startups. So it's not that we are short of such people. We are also creating many more people. So we have started a program in AICTE to create an undergrad program in quantum, which will be something that each of the engineers can take, whichever in scheme they are in. And we are starting an MS program in quantum also by July.
So, right, to answer your specific question, right, in the quantum space, I will tell you there are a lot more people are coming in now. It depends on how you say it, right? If you're very passionate about doing something for the country, try to build technology, of course, there will be challenges, right? But if you look beyond that, right, when we started it, we thought that we are 15 years ahead of time. But today, 120 people, 8 patents, right? And then some of the top work that we get to do in India with the support of National Quantum Mission, Indian government, defense. I mean, there are so many opportunities there. So it depends on how you look at it, right? So my view is that this is the time for India, especially in quantum and AI. Of course, there are certain challenges that we have to overcome, whether it's the regulatory framework, whether it's the policy framework. But I think there are a lot of opportunities and initiatives are available within India to take it forward.
Right, right.
Yeah.
So I think we have about 4 minutes to kind of go. So Niti, I would like to begin with you to kind of gather some concluding thoughts. Talent is going to be very central to where India is going to be at various levels, whether it's AI or any other technology that's going to be the primary driver of any R&D efforts, or perhaps even economic growth for India in the near future. But I would like to kind of invite you to kind of give us what takeaways should businesses have from this particular budget, and what kind of policy change perhaps that you would also like to see outside of budget that might help our economy.
Sure, thanks. So I think a couple of indicators that came in today's budget. One was the national framework for GCCs in tier 2 cities. I think that is going to help us create lots more jobs and in a way ensure that people don't need to migrate to tier 1 cities for employment. There'll be a lot of employment generation across multiple cities right now. So I think great indicator. The other thing that came up is, and this is something that has been on the table for a while, is the gig economy. How do we ensure that we safeguard their rights, their processes, their policies, and there's some sort of noise around it. So a lot of these initiatives will create a lot more demands which are distributed across the country rather than being cluttered in the urban cities. The urban fund challenge again will mean that lots of investment on infrastructure. Again, and here it's not just civil engineers or mechanical engineers. A lot of technology will be utilized, and we need a lot of talent who will continue to be hired across these locations for multiple projects. Semiconductors, manufacturing, electronics, the PLI scheme. I think there are a lot of enablers. What's required for us to ensure is that we execute these policies, these schemes in the right spirit and pretty quickly, so that we start seeing the change much sooner than what otherwise it would be. And on the supply side, clearly we have been talking about all the incentives, all the changes that the education policy is creating. We've heard from both my co-panelists on how there are more and more people coming in onto quantum computing as well as other technologies. We need a lot more collaboration and ecosystem to ensure that all of these schemes that are being talked about actually start showing results in a very short time frame. We can't wait for another year or another budget to say, hey, you know what, I had allocated this, but I'll utilize it now, because that is something that we've seen in the last many years. We have to start seeing this change pretty quickly. Needless to say, the income tax, the rules, the new scheme that will come up next week, hopefully that will also have a lot more clarity for individuals as such. But clearly, lots of employment opportunities, is what it looks like it's going to get created, which would mean that we need that much more skilled people in the formal employment and not just informal employment with decent wages, which all of this is going to help the economy in the long run. So, yeah, net, I think a positive budget, but what needs to be seen is how soon and how it gets executed.
Sonal?
Yeah, I think she's said it right. I think execution is the key, right? How much we are able to implement in the right way. For example, some policy framework interventions are done. It said that a light touch framework will happen, which will allow startups to really focus on R&D and innovation rather than bureaucratic hurdles. I think that execution on some of those areas will be very, very important. One of the areas that I felt, I mean, overall very positive, positive things in this budget. But one of the areas I felt that that in India does 47% of digital payment, right, in the world. Now, security of that is very important, right? How do we use advanced technologies like quantum tech in our critical infrastructure, and a policy framework and regulatory framework around that? I think India needs that today, right? And I think I wish that it was probably some work is going on that, but I think that is one area where I think some focus should be put in.
Dr. Ajay, you get the final word.
Well, basically, I must tell Sunil that the policy for making India quantum secure is going to be introduced very soon. We have actually formalized it, and very soon we will announce it. So the cyber security piece and securing our financial systems, etc., will definitely get taken care of. It will have priority. And the other thing that I want to mention from the budget, which I really liked, was the movement towards nuclear technology. See, till now, we have kept the nuclear piece away from private sector. That's been opened up. And MMRs are something that are very, very critical for any country like ours. We should move away from fossil. And if you look at data centers tomorrow, huge amount of data centers will come up. About 1 lakh data centers will come up in the next 4-5 years. We need huge amount of energy. And therefore, smaller nuclear reactors are something that globally everybody is looking at for data centers.
Wonderful.
Right. So we have overshot by just 1 minute. So I hope that's okay, Priyanshi. Heartfelt thank you to Dr. Ajay, Neeti, and Sunil. So this is Rohit. We are signing off on behalf of BW Businessworld. Thank you for being part of this discussion. And until next time, I guess. Bye.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Rohit, and our
Thank you,
respected
Rohit.
speakers. It was truly an enlightening session for our audiences. Moving forward to the next sector that we are going to explore today, we'll be talking about opportunities and challenges for the future of retail. Welcoming our speakers for the next panel, we have Mr. Vidur Kapoor, Director of O3 Plus, Mr. Gyanendra Tripathi, Partner and Leader, West Indirect Tax BDO India, Mr. Shivendra Nigam, Chief Financial Officer, Canterbury Retail India, Mr. Raghunandan Saraf, Founder and CEO, Saraf Furniture, and Mr. Ravi Saxena, CEO and Founder of Wonderchef. Chairing this session is Ms. Tarannum Manjul, Assistant Editor and BW Businessworld. I would request all the speakers to switch on their audio and video. Over to you, Tarannum. While Tarannum is joining, I'll just check. Dear respected speakers, so while Taranum is joining, let's check your sentiment on the budget that has come up. Let Give us a score out of 10. What do you feel about this budget? So Taranum is here. Taranum, take over. You can start with the scores or whichever way you like. Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Priyanshi, and thank you so much to all our panelists for joining in. I would, in fact, once again like to welcome all of you and thank you so much for sparing your time on a very busy day because I understand all of you must be super, super busy keeping an eye on the budget because the retail sector is being touted as one of the biggest sectors that is supposed to have the biggest growth out here in India right now. And you are the pillars of the retail sector and you must be keeping an eye on what is happening. So first is like I just want to start off with a very general question for everyone. Starting off with Mr. Vidur Kapoor, how do you
Yeah.
see the budget that has come out today?
So, I'm extremely excited about it coming from the beauty sector. And, we have our brand being distributed all across India and even like in different parts of India for that matter, second tier, third tier cities. So definitely the exemption of income tax for up to 12 lakhs of, for the middle class income. I feel like that is something which is very interesting that can benefit the entire retail sentiment of the country. So definitely what we will see is that there's going to be an increased spending power with the disposable income going up and most importantly, the GDP of the country going up because of that. So you will see a lot of like good retail businesses coming up and that will further impact the entire economy of the country, I personally feel.
Definitely. In fact, we all realize that the consumer will now have much higher purchase power. And coming to the same question to Mr. Shiven Nigam now, the Chief Financial Officer for Cantable, since apparels is one, consumer good that everyone likes to have more and more. What is your opinion?
So if I'll describe this budget in one word, fantastic. So obviously, long time debate was on in terms of capex versus consumption. We are waiting for a long time, capex or consumption. So we have seen enough investment in capex. Obviously, it's required. Infra is required. Solar is required. But consumption was due. Consumption was due. And it is absolutely unexpected. 12 lakhs. We are expecting 7 lakhs, maybe 8 lakhs, 9 lakh people. But immediately doing 12 lakhs is definitely going to boost consumption immediately.
Absolutely.
So we have seen the reaction in the market as well today, right? All the consumer sectors are on the higher side. So that's very good. So it's a great initiative taken by the government as of now, and it's going to be a long-term benefit specifically for retail.
Definitely. And passing on the same question to Mr. Ravi Saxena, since, home appliances also play a major role when it comes to higher consumer buying capacity. What is your opinion on the budget?
Yeah, Tarun, thanks. Pleasure to be here. Look, बचपन में कहावत सुनी थी 100 सुनार की 1 लोहार की. So I think the Honorable Finance Minister saved the best for the last. Till the last moment, and she played it well. She said, yeah, I'll come to that, and she was smiling. So one was expecting some bada dhamaka on the income tax rate. It was expected, of course, not till the level of 12 lakhs. I was expecting 9 lakhs or 10 lakhs. But having said that, till that time, I thought the budget was a bit underwhelming. While it is encouraging, I'll tell you why. This is not an election year. The big election year is behind us. The government has clear 3 or 4 years ahead of it. And yes, while we are all euphoric about added spending power in the hands of the consumer, we have to look at it in totality. India needs to produce a lot. The long-term effect will come if we generate jobs, if we boost the manufacturing sector. And for that, a whole component ecosystem in India needs to be built. There was a lot of tinkering in the budget, a lot of small procedural improvements, regulatory improvements to support all this. But frankly, I'm missing some big moves in that direction. And what I may call the bias for action in the big infrastructure. Something like, so let me give you an example. Semiconductors, we all know, are the basis. And yes, there is a talk of 3 plants which are being done in the public-private partnership in couple of them in Gujarat, one in Assam. But the point is that enough? We need water, for example, for semiconductor. That is going to be a big constraint. What are we doing to solve for that? What are we doing about the river linking? What are we doing about being able to utilize the 20% water that we have in the Indus ecosystem and bring it to maybe recharge Yamuna and those kind of rivers. Those are the solutions we need at the infrastructure level, not just few more on improvement on the railways. Some basic improvements are needed. The smart cities we have been talking about, the high-speed train networks that we have been talking about. We have not been able to implement the Bombay Ahmedabad train, but we need high-speed trains in every city so that the development of the city, the decongested cities, can go into the suburbs, and thousands of square kilometers of suburbs can be developed. That is the growth story of America. That is the growth story of Germany. That is the growth story of China now. So India needs to look at things from a larger perspective. Yes, it's encouraging. We can all be happy for 1 year, but I think the basics need to be set, and I think that is a missed opportunity.
That was wonderful. In fact, what you said, Mr. Saxena, that the basics need to be set. In fact, going over to Raghunandan Saraf now, since we are talking about consumer durables, retail sector, higher purchasing power, what do you think? What is your opinion of the budget?
Thank you, Tarunam, and all the panelists. I think the way I look at it, it's pretty futuristic, the budget. I think this government has a long-term plan, which they started implementing, I think 5-10 years back. And they are focusing more on consumerism now, which we saw is the basis for the developed economies that we see, like USA and Europe and all that. So they're focusing on consumerism now and trying to develop all the three parts of it, which is to give more purchasing power to consumer, to strengthen the infrastructure for the retailers, and at the same time they're looking out for the stakeholders such as the gig workers also, as we saw that they're planning to introduce the IDs on the eSham platform. So this is going to give them a lot of health benefits and insurance benefits as well. So it's a very I think it's retail friendly and it's pretty futuristic from where I can see.
Retail friendly, definitely. In fact, we also have Mr. Gyanan Tripathi now, who's a tax expert. And Mr. Tripathi, if I go over to you and ask the same question, what is your opinion of the budget, looking at the fact that it's now giving the consumer, especially the middle class consumer, much higher capacity to buy?
So, first of all, I would say that it's always difficult for the Honorable Finance Minister to balance the budget. It's always walking the tightrope. And this year, again, it's a remarkable whatever has been done in the budget. So I would think that this should only increase the consumer spending, because by putting more money in the hands of the people, by reducing the tax on the income tax side, she's expecting that there would be more spending in the overall sector.
Definitely. In fact, that is what, it's what was the good news for the retail sector, that more spending power, of course, more buying. More buying means more shopping. Coming over to Mr. Vidur Kapoor now, if we talk about the policies and the business impact, how do the key policy changes in this new union budget impact the retail businesses, especially in terms of ease of doing business and regulatory compliances?
So definitely there are a lot of stronger support that is being given in terms of, relaxed compliances, and even for that matter, the extended ITR filing, which is being done, right? Which will further prevent any kind of a penalties that these people face, at the time of like small businesses. So definitely that is one thing which I feel. And even having said that, even when you look at the rural India, as you will see that how these brands will now start reaching the rural India, especially the FMCG sector that I'm talking about. So definitely a lot of consumption will come from there. So in talking about the beauty, if I talk about, say, for instance, shampoo or a body wash, which we feel, or a soap for that matter, the way this will spread in the rural India, you will see a lot of other channels also opening up because of that. So definitely there's a lot of support for, even if I talk about like, small retailers that are hit by quick commerce today. Along with the ONDC, there are a lot of like supports that are going to be given for the same. Yeah.
Definitely. In fact, ONDC would definitely come up as a major boost to the retail sector as well. Plus,
right.
With these new tax slabs and everything, the market seems very, very positive. Coming to Mr. Gyanan Tripathi now. Mr. Tripathi, now, when we look at the tax slabs that have been divided today and the various tax structure changes that have happened in the budget today, what do you think? How will it support the retail sector?
So from a retail sector perspective, with the increased revenues to the consumers, we can expect that there will be higher spending by the consumers. When we look at the retail sector already, like Vidur sir just mentioned, we are already looking at that shift which is happening from the urban region to the rural region.
Absolutely.
Smaller packs are gaining more prominence. And there is also a shift from the normal retail products to the luxury products.
Absolutely.
So
Yeah.
all these things are again, which are a result of the overall economic growth that we are experiencing.
Sure. When we talk of the shift, in fact, in the consumer behavior, now I'll definitely go over to Mr. Shiven Nigam. When we're talking about the shift, what do you think that the changing consumption patterns and the rising inflation, how can the retail industry get the best out of it? How can, along with this new tax slab, what is the best way the retail sector can actually get the best form out of it?
So yes, correct. As just Gyanendra ji said, it's a very tough time for the government as well to manage, right? Because two, three things we can see. If you see in last 10 years, since 2015, if we see the, the fiscal deficit was still not as low as pre-pandemic period. It was approximately, 4.1% in 2015, which came down as low as in 2019 to just 3.4%. This year, if you see, the announcement is 4.8%, and next year they are targeting to have it 4.4%. So next year and post next year, if you see by FY27, probably it will come back where we were in 2015. And coming back to 2019, it will take more years. So very challenging time for the government. And at this kind of point where we are, managing the inflation as well, giving this kind of huge tax relief, you can say it's a huge tax relief, so boost and it will directly impacted 1 lakh crore of rupees directly going to the market by saving. As our honorable finance minister said, this will be having 1 lakh crore surplus and which will go directly in the market. When it will directly go in the market, definitely it's a very big boost for the retail sector. And at the same time, inflation has to be managed, because once this kind of money flow to the consumer hand directly, obviously risk of inflation rises always be there. So very interesting. Next week we will see the monetary policy of the RBI is to become, where you are expecting is some rate cut relief would have been there, but already a bonanza has been given in this budget itself. So let's wait next year, next week, some. So overall, it's a great boost for the economic and tough time for the government as well to manage the inflation as well as boost consumption. So consumption has been boosted. Now we have to take the retailers how to take the advantage. When such a big amount of money directly go into the market from the consumer head, so definitely retail is going to be the big business. So big incentive for us as a retail business as well.
Definitely. Going to Mr. Raghunandan Saraf now. Mr. Saraf, when you look at the small businesses in India, small MSMEs or small businesses, they are the backbone of the country. How far do you
Absolutely.
think that, this budget is actually, because there were a lot of interesting things that are being offered to the MSMEs and small businesses as well. How far do you think this budget will be actually helping small businesses in the retail sector?
So this is what I meant when I said it's retail friendly. I think this budget is capturing the sentiment of the market currently. The next part of growth is going to come from MSMEs or SMEs. I mean, because customers are buying now, there's a huge purchasing power, which is further being added by the current tax slabs. So now this is going to promote the retail industry in such a way. Now they have come with this new scheme where they want the large PSUs to have in-house credit assessment. So they want them to move ahead of the traditional assessment of assets and turnover-based assessment to their own in-house capabilities. So the new startups, new retailers coming up will have more access to the credit facilities available now. And if you look at the Mudra loan scheme that they have extended now, anybody who's taken the loan amount before and has repaid successfully, the loan will be easily available now, and that will be up to 20 lakhs. So this is focusing more on SMEs and MSMEs to make sure that now since the consumerism is coming up now, and SMEs is the next growth driven sector that they're looking at. So this is looking very very futuristic to me now. Yeah.
Great. Yeah, it does look very
Thank you.
futuristic, and the country is in fact celebrating the entire new tax slab that is, and they're actually eyeing
Absolutely.
it very positively that what will happen. They are waiting for the details and everything. Coming to Mr. Saxena now, Mr. Saxena, logistics and warehousing are very very critical for the retail efficiency. So, how does the budget provisions for infrastructure development, for supply chain digitization, and last mile delivery impact the sector's growth?
Yeah, I mean, retail, I would say, is a combination of two things. The first is the retail space, and then comes the logistics. I think India is lacking in retail space. I mean, there is hardly new retail space being created in the general trade segment, the shops that we call. Yes, in terms of modern trade, department stores, there are investments which companies like DMart or Reliance or Chroma can make. So they are making new stores. But the traditional retail space is not expanding. And that is somewhere hampering the retail sector. It's not just about consumption. As we are growing in population, as our spending power is growing 6, 7, 8, 10% year on year, it's very important that the right kind of retail space is also there where people can go and shop easily. This is lacking. And I'll come back on my same point that this requires decongestion of cities so that new suburbs can be created, new smart cities can be created, and retail space can be created. As far as infrastructure is concerned, the government has been doing a great job in the past few years. We all know about the tremendous development of highways and road networks which has happened. The government has also this year said that they plan to boost the railways also now, which is the lifeline of the movement of goods in the country. So both roads and railways have been getting support. Maritime development is also being focused upon, wherein the shipbreaking, shipyards, ship development, ports, everything will grow. Again, one very large area that we have been missing out on, and I'll request somebody in the government to think about it, is containers. While we have ports and nobody can take them away from us, we are lacking in containers. We are simply not making containers, and goods move in containers. Today, 90% of the containers in the world are being produced and controlled by China. And they decide how much do we pay for one shipment. A shipment from India to US, for example, because our exports are dependent on these kind of things. At times it could be $2,000 and at times it can go to $5,000 to $6,000, which completely destroys any kind of an efficiency that you want to build in. So I would again say, while yes, I am as excited as anybody on the panel about the tax break which has been given, I always tend to look at the more basic robustness of the entire plan of the government. And I think there is a lot of work to be done still there.
Definitely. In fact, I really like that point when you mentioned about the containers, because yes, that's a very particular, very, very strong point. The containers actually form a major backbone of the
No,
sector because
that is just one example. I mean, one can pick up many examples. I took the example of semiconductors earlier, containers. There's a lot of other component ecosystems that we need to make India robust, because our deliverance, our success lies in creating jobs, not in giving sops.
that was a very wonderful line, in fact, what you said. So, like we are nearly towards the end of the panel discussion, and I just have a general question for all of the panelists now that we've seen your opinion on the budget and how it is impacting the retail sector and what still needs to be done and what are the challenges that the sector would be facing. We also saw that the budget spoke a lot about technology, AI, and various skill development and digitization, and a lot of money is actually being pumped into technology and AI. How far do you think that this will actually the budget and the emphasis on technology would help the retail sector in growing, and the current challenges which the sector is facing? How will all this investment on technology help it? Starting over with Mr. Vidya Kapoor on this.
Yeah, so definitely, with the tech enabling of 5G, definitely there will be a lot of benefits coming on. And when you talk about selling the products online today with different kind of AI software, so for example, for like hair analysis, for selling hair care products, or for that matter, skincare products, it just kind of makes the overall experience very, very nice for the customer. So definitely, when you talk about AI and tech, I see a lot of e-commerce companies and quick commerce companies taking advantage of that, for sure. Right. I'm not too sure about the offline aspect of it at the moment when it comes to AI, but definitely on the online sector, you will see a lot of boom coming up because of that. Yeah.
Sure. Coming to you, Mr. Nigam, now, because Canterville is both into online and offline sales, and you've been expanding offline also big time. Do you think the technology enhancement would actually impact the offline sales as well?
Definitely. If you see, most of the expansion, you just this is about the expansion as well. Even in offline, expansion is mostly going in tier 2 and tier 3 cities. As just Mr. Ravi said, the market is to be expanded, the retail space is to be extended. Hardly tier 1, 7, 8 cities has not been representing India, So mostly about tier 2 and tier 3 cities, where more retail space are going to be expanded. And specifically, these areas are so important because retail, specifically garment retail, was mostly dominated by unorganized industry. And very fastly, we have seen over a period of time in last 5-10 years that is in conversions from unorganized to organized was very fast, and it is going to be tier 2, 3, 4, or even beyond, right? So yes, when we are going in an offline space like today, we are present everywhere in our omni-channel model. It is not only the offline brick and mortar store, or it is purely e-commerce. It's an omni-channel model where a lot of AI and a lot of technology is being required. We are implementing completely WMS for our online as well as omni-channel. So yes, as you rightly said, investment from the retailer side, not in expansion, not only brick and mortar will, it will more on the AI side, more on the technology side. So we are also doing it. So when you are thinking beyond, tier 1 or tier 2 cities, tier 3, tier 4 cities, so yes, capex has to be go in AI, more about smooth shopping to the customer, more about the better experience. Because today, if you see anyone even coming in the offline store, they are coming with a nobody is having the time. When you are going with your full family, you are taking a complete job. It's like, it's a tour kind of thing. So yes, technology is going to be dominate this, and everyone, including us or anyone, has to be invested in technology.
Definitely. Coming to you with the same question, Mr. Raghunandan Saraf, how far do you think that the investment in technology, especially AI and 5G and all that, will help the retail sector grow? In fact, in bigger cities like in tier 2 and tier 2, 3 cities for that matter.
So when we talk about retail and tier 2 and tier 3, and we talk about, let's say, 15 years back when it was fairly unorganized, which I believe it still is now, but technology was the biggest catalyst in organizing the retail industry, especially when you talk about furniture or industry. The technology is the biggest factor where people start coming online to buy and to sell as well. And this is the first time when we are seeing government, focusing on enabling or deployment of technology, adoption of technology, and focusing more on it. So this is going to further add to the benefits of organizing the retail industry, and where now we don't have to rely on just oneself or what's there in the offered by the, let's say, the companies outside India, but now our government is also focusing on that. So this is going to organize the industry further, which in turn will lead to more revenues. Yeah.
In fact, coming to Mr. Saxena now with the same question, how far do you think that infusing money in technology would be helping the retail sector?
Look, any infusion helps. And as you have understood by now, I always try to look at the larger picture and not just my business. For me, my passion is India. And I think I share this passion with the government of India and the current dispensation. How much are we spending in AI? If I don't get my figure wrong, I think 500 crores has been committed to AI directly, and 10,000 crores for the support of a fund, which is fund of funds for the development of startups in this field. Now, 10,000 crores, just to give a perspective, is, let's say, about $1 billion. China has spent $180 billion last year. Trump is talking about $500 billion in Stargate itself. So you see the perspective, 1 billion versus 180 billion versus 500 billion. So I think the investment is too low, and I don't blame the government. It's not that we have, a Ganges of money flowing that we can, unlike these big countries, we have to start step by step. One must think, what else can we do? Okay, AI is not only about investment, it's about brains. It's about, I would say, the reverse brain drain that we need. People from India who have gone to the US primarily and have excellent skill sets. Can we attract them back? What is needed? Do we have the kind of infrastructure where they can say, okay, I get clean air, clean water, clean living spaces, nice retail, and good housing, where I can be a part of a community, and I would love to come back, and I can, even if I earn 1/4 of what I was doing in US, I would love to come back and give back to my country. I want to see a conversation about that in the government. And when the government starts a conversation, it goes a long way. You and me can talk about it, but I think if the government says, oh, our aim is to bring 50,000 skilled Indian engineers back to create the AI infrastructure in the country, I think that will be the day. Because we can't spend that kind of money, but we have those kind of brains which are sitting somewhere else. And I think they can do something for the country.
Definitely. And in fact, we just have last 2 minutes. So a very quick roundup from Mr. Gyanendra Tripathi as well. How do you perceive this infusion of money in AI that will support the retail sector? If you can just wind up with that.
Yeah. So since I'm primarily looking after the indirect taxes, I would say that first, from a GST perspective, the GST law itself is based on all system-based matching, etc. This is where the systems have to be developed by the trade and industry to comply with the legislation, but at the same time, it also creates a lot of information and data for the trade and industry to really see how they want to channelize their efforts into the right kind of resources. So it's a win-win for everyone when we talk about technology and implementing that for any of the sectors.
Definitely. In fact, this is what was the gist of the entire budget today, because people were actually waiting for what happens when it comes to taxes and when it comes to the tax slab and the retail sector. And higher consumer power is just the biggest word today. Thank you so much to all the panelists. Thank you so much, Mr. Vidar Kapoor. Thank you so much, Mr. Shiven Nigam. Thank you so much, Mr. Ravi Saxena, Mr. Raghunandan Saraf, Mr. Gyanin Tripathi, for your valuable time and sharing your opinion on how the retail sector is actually looking at the budget, Union Budget 2025-26. And thank you so much, Priyanshi, for helping us out to manage this smoothly.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much,
Thank you,
Tarun.
everybody.
It
Thank you
was
for having us. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
it was
Thank you.
truly an
Cheers. Yeah.
enlightening session.
Hopefully.
Moving on to our next session, where we'll be deep diving into healthcare sector, we'll be talking about boosting public health infrastructure. Inviting our esteemed panelist here, Dr. Preetham, Joint Director of Clinical Administration, Apollo Hospital, Dr. Vineet Banga, Director at HOD Neurology, Fortis Faridabad, Dr. Sanjeev Singh, Medical Director, Amrita Institute of Medical Sciences, Delhi, NCR, and Chief Medical Superintendent at Amrita Institute of Medical Sciences, Kochi. Mr. Amit Chabra, Head Health Insurance and CBO at PolicyBazaar.com. Mr. Satish Kanan, Co-founder and CEO, MediBuddy. Mr. Himanshu Baid, Managing Director, Poly Medicare Limited, and Mr. Gautam Khanna, CEO of PD Hinduja Hospital and Medical Research Center, Mumbai. Moderating this session is Mr. Harbinder Narula, CEO of BW Healthcare World. Over to you, Harbinder sir.
Thank you, Priyanshi. First of all, thank you everyone for joining in today. It is an important day for all of us in the healthcare industry, trying to understand what is the impact that we can expect in the industry in the coming year and for the next few years as well. I will not spend time in introducing because we have a lot of panelists and we have very little time, and I wish to record everybody's views on the budget. So let me begin with you, Dr. Sanjeev Singh. My first two questions are going to be for the hospitals because that's where I see some impact getting created. Dr. Sanjeev Singh, what is your take on the budget? There's been a specific focus on the daycare centers that need to be set up in the field of oncology. Is there a specific opportunity that we see for large hospitals to start creating an impact at the district level, trying to create access through this particular opportunity?
Thank you, Harbinder ji, and very good to see you and all the fellow panelists. I think this was very historic and very progressive and a transformative budget because it is important that from the ground level to the top tertiary quaternary care hospitals get an equal pie. And that you mentioned with the universal health coverage, there would be an additional impetus on the daycare establishments. And that's going to be very, very important because we have seen a growth in oncology sector of almost 26% increase in the patient load. And if you establish this, just not limited to few of islands of excellence of those who provide a comprehensive cancer care, but also create this whole infrastructure at the district level, that would be extremely, extremely important. One, definitely the training and development of these talents of providing this care would be important. So it may not be that all the radiation oncology part may not be available, part of the surgical oncology care may not be available, but then the large portion of medical oncology is definitely going to be done at that level, which is also close to 46-47% of the oncology setup. Other than that, what was also important is this life-saving drugs, which was there. It was there for the last budget, including if there is a fully exempted custom duty for almost 36 life-saving drugs, which is also very, very critical because the patent law is so intrusive and so restrictive that it is the difficult medicines which have sort of proven to be life-saving is not available. And why a low middle income countries or others should be not privy to these medicines for making the patient's life better. The six life-saving medicines at a concessional cost and 34 more medicines to be sort of available is something which is very, very nice. We would like to congratulate the government, and it would be extremely helpful for the people, especially for cancer care, what you asked.
Thank you, Dr. Singh. Mr. Gautam Khanna, when we look at the healthcare sector, we have been really bullish about receiving the overseas patients into our country. There was a time that we had the best of expertise in terms of human power, human intellect when it came to healthcare, but we did not have the technology or the infrastructure. Today, we are proud that we have both of these available and we are ready to welcome overseas patients so that we can impact their lives. There's been a special mention on medical tourism with a public-private partnership. What do you think is the opportunity for the Indian healthcare providers in this particular sector, and how do you see, how do you envision the impact or the outcome of what has been announced?
So thank you, Arvinder. And firstly, I echo Dr. Sanjeev's comments on the budget and what he mentioned about the drugs and the cancer care. So now talking about the medical tourism, so I think there is a good initiative talking about promoting the Heal in India and helping improve the e-visa process. So that I think is a positive step. The step and overall coordination to promote India as a medical tourism destination is also a very positive step. However, the thing to be remembered by all of us providers in the country is that that is only half the picture. The other half is all the hospitals who are wanting to benefit by this need to upgrade their SOPs and quality standards, etc., which also is there. A lot of quality exists in the country, but to make it a really large success, we need to promote quality across the country, across the system of healthcare, whether it's secondary care, tertiary care, primary care, etc. So that's one thing. The second important thing is we need to do this. However, the hospitals, and this is for us to introspect, that we are not going to do it at the cost of our Indian population. So it's not that I'm going to treat outside Indians, I mean, people from outside India at the cost of treating Indians. So I think that has to be balanced. And I'm sure the government has thought about it, and the hospital sector will really benefit from this initiative.
Dr. Singh, I'll come back to you again because, when we're looking at, there's a very important point that has been made by Mr. Gautam Khanna about the cost of the delivery of healthcare in India. While we may be the cheapest and most affordable from the global perspective, the healthcare delivery in India is still something which is very unaffordable for most of us. And, when we're looking at the cancer drugs becoming cheaper, is this benefit going to be passed on to the patients while they are undergoing treatment in the hospital? I mean, follow-up, buying drugs on their own later is something which is different. But will the treatment be cheaper for people in India? So you're on mute, sir.
You have been known to ask difficult questions. So I think hospital themselves have to self-regulate. It is extremely critical. Advertising sector has it, and I think it would be very important, because if there is a mistrust between the public and the healthcare providers which is mainly about the cost, which is always increasing with every treatment every day, we need to introspect what Mr. Khanna just said, and then look at and passing on this benefit, because the similar questions were asked when the NPPA put in a capping for all the implants, and with respect to all the some of these 300 drugs. But I think most of us would like to pass this benefit. Definitely, this would be in place. But it is also important to understand that there is a cost of having a talent. There's a cost of retaining a talent. There's a cost of every day providing that work across. If you have to provide a good gold standard, evidence-based scientific delivery, which is to be provided at our level. And if it is just a government empaneled care which is minimalistic, the things are different. So if you have to provide standard of care, there would be a cost, and that should be, I think, also be agreeable both to the government and to the public. But we need to self-regulate the cost at the point well taken.
Let me come to you, Mr. Himanshu Baid. Sir, there has been no specific mention for manufacturers of medical equipment in India. But there was a remark which was made that, the industry will promote the Indian manufacturers, connecting them with the global supply chain. What is your reaction to the budget from this particular perspective? Also from the fact that, there has been a push for made in India, but the buying behavior of the Indian healthcare industry needs to change for that. And is there opportunity for Indian manufacturers of medical equipment to look at providing for the world?
So thank you, Naroj. I think I'll first come on the budget, and then you have asked a lot of other questions within the same question. So I'll answer the first one. So I think two things I see in this budget. One is ease of doing business. So as a manufacturing company, I see a huge ease of doing business. When we import raw materials, we have to consume in 6 months. And that is kind of not possible physically or practically. So they have increased to 1 year. Even and at customs ports, there was a mention that will be easy, let's say removal of cargo. So all these things, and when you look at overall picture, I think it is pretty friendly to MSME industry. Today, if you look at the majority of the industry, 90% of the medtech industry in India is around in an MSME sector. So, and there are a lot of, reforms for the MSME sector, increase of credit facilities and maybe lower interest loans and everything. So I think overall, I would say this will impact the industry in a positive way. On the export front also, I think there's Bharat Trade Mission they've talked about. I think as you said, make in India for the world, and I think that will also be a big fill up. So there'll be and then each ministry is given target for exports. So if today where we come under pharma ministry and it is given a target of let's say $5 billion, and this year let's say we are 4.5, and we say next year it will be 5. So there'll be specific then issues tackled on from trade barrier point of view, from parity point of view. So I think I see a lot of those things easing out in future. So that's what I see as a positive in this budget, because now these are long-term plan set out to grow the exports in each specific sector. Though nothing has been called out for medtech sector as a special case. But today, if we have additional, let's say 75,000 doctors coming up, then the healthcare infrastructure will expand, let's say next 5 years. If we have daycare oncology clinics, if we have, let's say, more and more patient accessing, let's say, facilities, then of course the demand for, let's say radiation equipment, drugs, devices, everything will improve. So I think that I'll give you an example from yours. There was a national dialysis mission launched few years ago. And that actually spurred the demand for dialysis consumables and dialysis machine. So suddenly from a 1200 rupee reimbursement, the reimbursement rates were changed to 1800 rupees. And because of that, now you're seeing standalone facilities coming up for dialysis care. Now this is the impact of 2-3 years, not immediate knee-jerk impact. So that indirectly helps the industry. So that is what I see. Oncology, big move. It will indirectly help the industry, medtech industry, to bring in new equipment and it will increase the demand for consumables. So that is what I see. Specifically, there's nothing. I think government has done enough already in the medtech sector. Today we have a constitutional duty to import raw materials at 2.5% duty for domestic manufacturing, which probably very few industries have. PLI scheme, we have medtech parks, we have regulatory reforms. So, a lot has been done for this industry. And I think all these marginal improvements which have been announced in the budget today will help a lot in ease of doing business. So that is my take on the budget.
Absolutely. I think I completely agree with you that these are small initiatives that are
Yeah.
going to have a very large impact over a period of time. And I think oncology specifically, I think is something which is a very fast increasing disease burden. There's a patient burden on the hospitals, and I think the infrastructure needs to go up, and everything along with it in the ancillary will see an impact very, very soon.
Absolutely.
Dr. Vineet Banga, the Honorable Finance Minister spoke about creating a gene pool or a gene bank for nutritional development for the future. As a doctor, I wish to ask you, how does it play a role for the healthcare industry in the future as we would probably look at? And what also, the second part of the question would be a little different that, what is a tax exemption on life-saving drugs and cancer drugs? What is your response to it being a doctor?
So I'll answer the second question first. And obviously, healthcare is something which is very essential, and everybody, all of us, will need some part of it sooner or later. And it is very important that it's also a price sensitive thing, especially when it comes to cancer care, it comes to life-threatening diseases, emergencies. And that happens all of a sudden. And if you don't have purchasing power at that particular time, you might lose the patient. Even like you can have loans or whatever available, but at that particular moment, which is very critical, if you don't have money, it becomes a problem. So when we talk about tax exemptions, removal of GST, removal of taxes on all these things, it makes these drugs relatively easily available at less prices, which actually means a lot as a doctor and as a patient both, because it translates into a better healthcare overall. Healthcare doesn't mean anything if it doesn't translate into better practice on ground, if it doesn't benefit the end user, which is the patient. So if it doesn't benefit the end user, it has no value attached to it. So it's a very good move when considered that it has been removed from the tax. There has been tax exemptions. There have been removal of GSTs in certain things. So though there is a long way we can go about it, and we will, so as everybody is saying, that there has been these small steps that the government is taking every time, and that is very important. With regards to the gene pool and the nutrition, so we are talking about Viksit Bharat. So a Viksit Bharat can only be imagined if it is a healthy India. So a Viksit Bharat cannot be there without a healthy India. So, and one of the most important part of being healthy is prevention of diseases. And how do you prevent diseases? Having a healthy lifestyle, and healthy lifestyle means exercise and diet. So if you have a gene pool like that, where you take into consideration the nutritional aspects about it, it really translates in the long term to an healthy population, which means you can achieve the dream of Viksit Bharat. That is eventual goal or the aim, we can say. So as a doctor, it is very important, and it is very heartening to see that the government now is coming more and more forward towards prevention of diseases, towards creating a healthy population. Our focus more or less has been on treating diseases rather than preventing it. So we run for treating diseases. We try finding places like, for example, COVID. We were trying to treat more and more COVID patients while prevention was the key. So it is very heartening to see that the government at such level is pushing forwards toward healthy India, healthy Bharat, which eventually translates into a Viksit Bharat.
I totally agree with you, Doctor. And I also believe, this could be a real growth for the pharma industry in the future because, this data is going to be very useful for R&D activities, which we have been complaining about that are missing in the pharma development in India. So I think this could be a great impact on that. Dr. Preetham, Apollo believes in skill development. I remember speaking to Dr. Pratap Reddy recently and Dr. Preeta Reddy as well. And there was a very clear focus on that. Listen, we need to develop the skill sets of our healthcare, providers. And there's been always a conversation around doctor-patient ratio, etc. How will this proposal to increase the seats in medical college create an impact in the coming times? My specific question to you is, while it's very easy to say that, increase 10,000 seats in the next 1 year and 75,000 in the next few years, but are we equipped to balance the quality versus quantity for the future? And second is, the biggest challenge that medical colleges today are facing is not the students or the seats. It's the infrastructure to train them. There are no faculty available. So what is your take on how the industry could respond to this particular opportunity that we are sitting on, despite the challenges that India faces?
Yeah, good afternoon, Harvinderji and panelist. Yeah, it's a very valid question what you have raised in what the country is facing now. It's not just naming the numbers that is matters. It's the infrastructure that has to be looked into. So government has actually looked into this infrastructure, but what I am looking into that it's government alone cannot do what we are expecting from government alone is not enough for the scale and the population what you're looking into. What is important is that it's a PPP, the private involvement, the public-private partnership. That is what which actually takes us to the next level of having the skill development, which already government is working on skill development exercise. Wherein private partnership is very very important, and Apollo is playing a pivotal role in organizing these kind of programs in partnership with the government. It's not only from the doctor's point of view, so even from the point of technicians, nurses, it's a holistic healthcare providers point of view, which we need to look into it. It's not just the doctors who are only the catering. It is the entire team. Actually, when you look into the patient care, the entire team that matters in terms of the ultimate benefit or outcome of patient care. So the infrastructure, if you see that it is again the infrastructure, there is a connect between the rural and urban. That's also again government is pitching into connect between the rural and urban connectivity in terms of providing this infrastructure in the other places other than the metros. So I would suggest that this PPP model with the while emphasis on that would take us to a next level and to help us in developing this infrastructure.
I totally agree with you, Dr. Preetham. Satish, let me come to you, Satish. Dr. Preetham just mentioned that the infrastructure development has to go beyond the metros, and there was a mention by the Honorable Finance Minister today about the BharatNet project. Do you think there is an opportunity for companies like you to use such kind of developments to bridge the gap using technology and provide access of healthcare to these people beyond the metropolitan cities? And what is it for companies like MediBuddy who are into aggregating space as well?
Absolutely. Thank you, Arvinder, for inviting us, and thanks for a great panel. So, like you rightly pointed, so India has always repeatedly proven that we have been able to figure out a way where infrastructure was always in shortage. We have created systems around it, and we have taken great services across. And that examples are banking is one. Otherwise, we would have to build banks everywhere in the country. But today, of course, everything runs through the UPI and the rails that has been built around. So exactly same, it is true, right? At one direction, we definitely need more and more doctors, and that's a great initiative that is done by the government to add more medical seats today and 75,000 over the next 5 years. But can we also expect these doctors to go to the small town? Then the challenge comes of, do we have enough hospitals? Do we have enough machines? Do we have enough paraphernalia around them, right? It's not just the doctor, but the patient care has to be provided by many people around. So the right mixture is to have what I always call as a phygital approach. That means we need to see how we can take infrastructure to the small town, but more importantly, also use the power of technology and use the power of digital. And that's exactly the right way because, like we know, right, the expenditure on healthcare, of course, we would always want it to be much higher than what it is today. But nevertheless, the key is with whatever we have, a combination of physical and digital is critical. And that's exactly where we are all trying to see how we have a mobile phone, strong internet, and the right video call systems can help. And over time, multiple interventions in AI and robotics that's also coming up. There's a conversation on AI also. So if you bring all of this, we can potentially make high quality healthcare accessible. At the same time, also make sure that the affordability is also taken care and without losing the point on quality, right? And that's very important for us to do, and that's exactly the right direction in which sort of government has put in the budget this year.
Thank you, Satish. Mr. Amit Chabra, when we look at insurance, it has been always a pain point for the Indian healthcare industry. We have still got a lot of population of our country which is out of pocket. There has been a demand by the industry for several years since the time GST was introduced, that the two burning issues around insurance, which is the lack of penetration, enough penetration, and the lack of or inadequate covers, is because of the GST pressure which is there, GST burden which has been there. There has been no conversation around it. But at the same time, we've also seen the finance minister announce that the gig workers will now be covered under the Pradhan Mantri Jan Arogya Yojana. What is your uh, comment on the budget that has been delivered? What were you expecting for the insurance sector, and what do you think has made the difference or could have made the difference had the budget been different from what it has been?
Sure. So see, I will break this down into two parts. One from a health insurance consumer perspective. Everybody, every layman today in the country needs health insurance. The truth is, as you said, right, India is an extremely under-penetrated insurance market. People are not able to afford treatments. People go bankrupt. They sell houses. All of that, or they don't treat family members. So it's a very common, unfortunate practice in our country. The only answer to this is actually health insurance, because that's how it is across the world. And if you have affordable health insurance, then if something bad happens, if somebody gets cancer or a heart attack or or something like that, then you can get treated. Now, I think from a consumer perspective, affordability is a real issue, and it's becoming worse every year. I think that's the not so good part of it. The cost of health insurance is increasing by 10 to 15% every year. The reason it's happening is for all the right reasons, because healthcare has become expensive. So I'll give you a simple data. Uh, the average cost of claim used to be about 40,000 rupees in 2020. In 2024, that number is now touching 80,000 rupees. So it has doubled in the last 4 years. One is to do with the fact that there are better treatments available, robotic treatments are there, etc. Right? That's one. Second, in general, the kind of precautions are to be taken has also gone up in hospitals to avoid infections, and also all of that. And then there is the regular inflation that is there. So all of that has meant that the cost of treatment has gone up significantly, and hence the burden is being passed on to the consumer. Now, the problem is GST is, GST doesn't solve the whole part of it, but it solves for 18% of it, right? And if you look at it from first principles, 18% is a very high GST rate. It's supposed to be levied on luxury items, which are not necessities. Now, I doubt if anybody can even, logically defend the argument that is health insurance is not a necessity, or it's a luxury rather. So I think it has to happen. One thing I will definitely say is, I think there's in the last 1 year or so, there's been a lot of talk around health insurance taxation to be reduced or removed totally. I think even the government has been talking about it. So I would say it's a matter of time. If not now, maybe in 6 months we will see that going away. It may go back in phases. We may see, let's say, senior citizens going out first from the GST net and then others. So it will happen. So that's one part of it. The other part, from a insurance company perspective, I think couple of interesting things that have happened. Two positives, I would say. One, with the FDI limit being increased now, or rather the limit being done away with, I think it opens up a lot of opportunities. A lot of companies will want to now come in, because somewhere being mandatorily forced to partner with an Indian company, was a deterrent to some companies. So I think that definitely helps. There will be more investment coming in. India is increasingly becoming a very, very attractive insurance market because of the scale that the industry offers. Second, the cost of some of the life-saving drugs going down. I think that is also a positive, because today that was also being borne by the insurance companies. So the cost of claims will also go down a bit. So I think there are positives, and I think specifically the point around GST being sort of still not fully addressed. That's I would say a bit to be honest, frustrating for the insurance industry. But I guess it's a matter of time, and probably another 6 months to 1 year we will see that going away as well.
Awesome. I heard you talking about two positives and the one negative, something which is there. Now we have just 2 minutes left, so I'll go to each one of you to ask you about what do you think has been the biggest miss for the healthcare industry in this budget, according to you. So just take 10 seconds to answer this. Let me begin with Dr. Sanjeev Singh.
Yeah, so last time it was the nursing colleges were, because who are the deficient sector where we are not able to provide proper healthcare? We see a high attrition, and 147 nursing colleges were there, which would start with the medical college. I think that emphasis was not seen this year. The other group is the allied health sciences. That council still is not there, and there's no emphasis with the budget to formulate that council. Two very, very important healthcare worker force, which strengthens our delivery mechanism. So that should have been there. And I think the focus towards do we talk about research and innovation, but the budget allocation towards research and towards biotech is still very, very limited. So that's where I think it is a miss.
Mr. Gautam Khanna.
In my view, I think government has, there are a couple of more things government could have done. One is that when we are talking about increasing access in tier 2, tier 3 towns and getting private sector to invest and do, the request for some financing benefits, some tax benefits for setting up new infrastructure, that has been missing. The request for funding the innovation in healthcare has not happened. And the other big miss is that the industry has been asking for a 0% GST, 0 or 5% GST on healthcare services, which they have not given. And that yields to higher cost of the system because we are not allowed to take the input credit. So I think these 2-3 things, in addition to the initiatives, many initiatives were informed last year about setting up medical colleges, nursing colleges, etc. We have not seen any dashboard or any improvement or progress report on that. And I think unless we see that, the initiatives will not take fruition. So I think these things could have been done better.
Thank you, Mr. Khanna. Mr. Himanshu Baid, if you can just restrict to 10 seconds because we already over time.
Yeah, I think the only thing I'll talk about is the healthcare budget. Last 4-5 years, we have seen it increasing 4-5%, not even linked to inflation. So I think we needed a significant improve in the healthcare outlay, from 80,000 odd crores to around 1 lakh crores. I think, but that is completely missing to me, and that will not help us to solve the problems which we're all talking about today.
Thank you. Dr. Vineet Banga, what is your miss that you feel is there?
There are two misses. One is the GST. I really don't understand charging GST on room rents in the hospital. They are not hotels, they are hospital rooms. So it's a miss. We should get away with it. The other thing is we haven't spoken anything about what is happening with the current medical colleges that the government has developed. There's been no discussion about the upgradation, the skill development about it. Increasing seats won't help us much unless we ensure that the seats are actually that the people coming out are actually trained doctors.
Thank you so much. Dr. Preetham.
Yeah, 2 points. So one is the reduction of the cost of medical devices. That's what we have been looking for and longing for quite some time, which actually ultimately it impacts the services and the patient cost and everything. So that's what we felt that I felt that there's some miss on that. And second thing again related to medical devices, which is streamlining of the imports of refurbished medical devices. Actually, this actually brings down the cost to a huge extent. And if you are able to import this equipment which are refurbished and bring in and to populate down even at the rural level, that will create a huge impact in terms of patient service. That what Sanju Singh was telling, that some of the equipment not available in the remote areas. So we can make that available in the rural areas when we have these things in place. So these are, I felt that 2 things which are missing in the.
Got it. Satish, what would be your miss in
Yeah,
your
I think some of them are already covered, but quickly, the 2-3 things are: one is still the budget amount that has to be provided for healthcare and focus on primary healthcare centers and rural areas and infrastructures there. Second one, of course, we talked about the GST and the implications of them. And the other one area is import of medical devices is sort of higher, right? So we need to really do something to improve domestic manufacturing as well as the right tax incentives for that. That's some of the things that we need to focus on maybe next time.
Amit, do you have anything other than the GST thing that you wanted to speak?
I think that's the biggest miss, nothing more to add.
I'd like to take this opportunity to thank you, each one of you, for taking out time to speak with us. I know you've been getting calls from everywhere else, but you took out time and stuck to time. Thank you so much for your contribution today.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Harvinder sir, and the speakers. It was truly an enriching session. Next up, we'll be exploring the startup sector now. We will be talking about Startup Spotlight, unpacking the budget gains and gaps. Inviting our speakers for the session, we have Ms. Rema Subramaniam from Ankur Capital, Mr. Dhruv Dhanraj Bhel, founder managing partner, Eternal Capital, Mr. Adit Podar, founding partner, Gameba Capital, and Mr. Ashish Wadhwani, co-founder and managing partner, Ivy Cap Ventures. Chairing the session is Ms. Resham Suhail, editorial lead, BW Disrupt. Over to you, Resham.
Thank you, Priyanshi. Thank you so much. Welcome, panelists. You can now turn your cameras and audios on. Today's budget has delivered a game-changing set of announcements, making one thing crystal clear. India's startup ecosystem isn't just a priority, it's the backbone of our economic future. Yesterday, Economic Survey 2025 has landed us the key: deregulation. No more red tape, no more barriers holding back the innovations. This survey makes it clear. It's time to let startups breathe, grow, and disrupt. And today, the budget doubles down with a bold new mantra: trust first, scrutinize later. This isn't just a slogan. According to India industry leaders, it's a mindset change to back entrepreneurs, trust their vision, and remove the obstacles that slow them down. With freedom to innovate and confidence from the government, the question is, how can startups and VCs seize this moment to spark India's next wave of game changing businesses? With the renewed focus on enabling ease of doing businesses and scaling innovation, the government has unveiled a slew of initiatives designed to power startups. First up, the doubling of the credit guarantee cover for startups to 20 crore. It's a strategic move. On the funding front, the creation of a rupee 10,000 crore fund of funds to back AIFs investing in startups provides much needed liquidity to venture capital firms, ensuring that the flow of capital into high growth sectors remains really steady. And perhaps most importantly, the focus on simplifying compliance by extending tax benefits under Section 80 IAC and reducing the regulatory burden. This will allow founders to focus more on innovation and less on red tape. But it doesn't stop there. To further kind of incentivize entrepreneurial activity, the government has extended tax exemptions for eligible startups until 2030, offering a crucial buffer as these businesses scale. Meanwhile, a hefty 20,000 crore allocation for private sector driven R&D will kind of ensure that India's innovation landscape remains robust, competitive, and future ready. Also, a deep tech dedicated fund can also be explored, she said. Now, for startups and entrepreneurs, the message is clear. The government is doubling down on innovation, funding, and a supportive regulatory environment. Now, panelists, I really want to start with your take on how the things will evolve with this relaxation on regulation front for startups. How will it further boost entrepreneurs' confidence and, for that matter, investors' confidence more so? Can we start with you, Rema, ma'am?
Sure. Thank you so much, Resham, for having me here. You're right in terms of the fact that this budget really opens up a lot more. And it's a good start. We still have some way to go. But things that really stood out, one was this whole R&D for 20,000 crores that has been announced. You know, we are a deep tech, deep science led fund. And one of our angst has always been that India is completely underfunded as far as investment into R&D goes, right? 20,000 crores is still a small sum, but it's a good start to see. What we need to see is that how this is now going to be, the details of this needs to be shared, because we need R&D to be coming from two areas. One is the fact that the private sector has to invest into R&D, which is the backbone in internationally, right? And private sector invests. So in India, we have to incentivize the private sector to invest into R&D. So the details of this is very, very important is one. And the second bit of it is the investment for innovators. So, and that could come in as grants. It could come in as funds that the VCs can provide. And how this 20,000 crores would be broken up is what we are eagerly waiting to see. But this has really been a good start. At least here, there's 20,000 crores been allocated for the R&D bit, and I'm waiting to hear more about that one. That's the start, and I'm sure there are a lot of other points which will come up in the conversation today.
Certainly. Ashish ji, your take on how relaxation on regulation front will kind of boost investors' confidence at both at the early and the late stage level. Ashish ji, if you can hear me.
Is this for me or Adit?
That's correct.
All
Mr.
right.
Badwa.
Thanks very much, and thanks for having me on the show. I think this has been, as you said, a budget which simply doubles down on a sector that has really performed in the last 10 years. If we just go back 10 years, the first set of fund of funds that was announced way back in 2014-15 of 10,000 crores, that has effectively created a very large domestic ecosystem, the third largest in the world. It has got almost about 1.6 million jobs, almost 160,000 startups. It has got almost 83 billion in FDI invested in startups. So I think the government has really seen that in its own way, if you provide impetus to entrepreneurs and talent in this country, they are willing to pick up the baton and run and really deliver. I think our sector is in a pretty good space. We have not only performed well in the last 10 years, but we have also shown lots of exits for LPs, both domestic and international. That has really increased the pool of capital that is interested in the startup space in India. So I think what the government has done through a combination of methods, I think there are three broad things that the government has done. One is provide additional capital, right, domestically, and further strengthen the domestic LP ecosystem, right? Whether it is through the fund of funds program, the additional 10,000 crores, another 10,000 crores for the emerging tech platform. Then they said something about space related fund. That's also we can't ignore the credit availability for MSMEs and so on, because that's a huge deal, right? So one is enhanced capital available for the domestic ecosystem, right? The second part is really long term and enhancing the capacity for innovation and entrepreneurship. I think this is very important because finally competitiveness and innovation happens over a longer period of time. We may not see impact of this over a year, but when we look at, let's say, India being on a path to, let's say, a 6 trillion economy by the end of this decade, then to a 10 trillion economy by maybe another 10 years, and then finally to Viksit Bharat in 2047, you have to plant the seeds of innovation and capacity building. I think the government has been talking about this consistently, and once more, they have set up the Center of Excellence for AI, for instance. I think that's something that's very good. They've increased capacity for IITs, also a good move, right? And for med schools. I think the other long-term game changer could also be the 50,000 plus, Atal Tinkering Labs in schools to create a massive, wave of technocrats, entrepreneurs, innovators, or at least kindle interest amongst kids. And you will see those returns after maybe 15 or 20 years as you go by. But that's a huge step, right? I also want to mention the women entrepreneurship support and the SC/ST entrepreneurship support. So I think all around kudos for capacity building, thinking long term for innovation and capacity building, right? The third interesting part that they have done is around sectoral initiatives, right? Whether even things like travel, right? Or for instance, talking about toys, India being a hub for toys, or Make in India, or for instance, even nuclear energy, right? I know it's high capex game, and therefore VCs may or may not participate, but I think it's a very important part of the innovation ecosystem and startup ecosystem, right? Same thing with energy, renewable energy, AI. I could go on and on about various sectors, including agri. So I think these sectoral initiatives, along with the overlay of technology and innovation, also give a lot of impetus for our space. And finally, of course, it's the tax and the R&D incentives that they have given. But mind you, I think given our track record in this space, I think we all talk about, oh, the private, capex is not increasing, etc. But this is one sector where there is proven track record of if the government puts in a dollar, the entire investment, at least from the last 10,000 crores, it has resulted in 100,000 crore investment, right? So I think being entrepreneurial, I think a lot of entrepreneurial talent in this country will see this, and I'm sure will double down and seize the opportunity to further enhance the entrepreneurial and the startup ecosystem in India.
Thank you so much, Ashish ji. What I could understand from this is this budget has something for all, for everybody. As you certainly mentioned about sector-specific initiatives. Now is the time when I want to bring in Adit into the conversation. Now, with the certain attention on domestic capital funds, Adit, in your view, how will it kind of push investors to capitalize and mobilize more of domestic capital, more of rupee capital? How will this balance out the foreign versus domestic capital ratio?
Hey, thank you so much for inviting me for the session, Resham. Um, Firstly, I would like to congratulate the government in terms of a very balanced budget, right? Right from the initiatives taken at the grassroots level to the initiatives taken for Make in India and manufacturing sector. And at the same time, from a macro level, having the fiscal prudence and also, giving capital for innovation and entrepreneurship. I think, as you rightly said, it has catered to most of the important areas where the country needs attention, right? Coming specific to your question, I think this is a move of trust which the government has shown into the domestic VC industry, right? By continuing to add another 10,000 crores in the fund of fund scheme. And this trust will percolate to other domestic VC investors, right? And LPs especially, who are still probably sitting on the sidelines for investing in this asset class. If I remember, I think last budget, a couple of budgets before this, the government is listening to us. Angel tax was abolished. The capital gains on unlisted, was reduced from 20% to 12.5%. So these are all positive signs, right, for a domestic industry to actually grow and not being too dependent on foreign capital, right? The formation of IFSC and so many other initiatives that the government has taken, again, in line with the deep tech fund or a space fund or the focus on AI, the focus on tech, broadband connectivity, right? All these are new age businesses which are going to give returns in the longer run and benefit the startup ecosystem and the entrepreneurial ecosystem, right? And that's what the government wants to kind of give the confidence to. I'm sure that with this, eventually we'll see a lot more insurance companies investing in VC funds. It has started, but it has still not gone to the extent where we would have liked it to. Pension funds would start investing, right?
we don't see a lot of large IT services sitting on so much of capital, right? Investing in core technology or labs or other VC funds, right? So you would see corporates also becoming LPs and investing. I think all this is a healthy sign for us to kind of be proud of, that the industry is giving out results, which is kind of slowly maturing and bringing, trust in the industry from various stakeholders, right?
Good one, Adit. Now I want to come to you, Rema ma'am, taking the cue with this, what Adit spoke about. With the introduction of 10,000 crore fund of funds for AIFs, how do you foresee the domestic to foreign VC investment ratio improve in India? Just because we understand that about 90 or more than that of VC investments are kind of from foreign driven, and we lag on our domestic capital. Though we understand from all the experts what they speak about is we do have capital lying in India, but there should be initiative to kind of mobilize and channelize them. What is your take on this? How will this initiative this initiative will definitely help boost domestic capital inflow and reduce dependency on foreign investments. But the question is how much?
So I look at it differently. This 10,000 crores by itself is not going to increase the mobilization of domestic capital. What it will lead to is the fact that you could use it as a leverage for additional capital coming in. Some of it could be India, but it'll still be large part of it will be global capital. Because if you see, at least I could be wrong, and I would be happy to be proved wrong. I don't think there's anything which is specific to say that if a domestic capital flows into the sector, that they're going to get, whether it is tax breaks or whether it is, in terms of there's no thing which pulls in the domestic capital. But from a sector specific and from the macro part of it, this 10,000 crores will leverage another 80,000 crores that will come in from international capital, 80, 90,000. So you're talking of the fact that you have $10-12 billion of capital being injected into innovative industries, right? And that's how I would look at it as. I don't think it's going to change the domestic international mix too much as such. There's still going to be a lot of international capital. I haven't seen it. I could be wrong, and from what I have seen so far in the budget, it does not really incentivize domestic capital to come in terms of larger numbers. I'm happy to be proved wrong, at least that I haven't seen. But this 10,000 would definitely leverage another 10 billion capital.
I agree, but this is a very interesting take, and I would like to take it forward. Now, given your interest in deep tech and that segment, the 20,000 crore dedicated fund for private sectors R&D, will VCs are now more tempted to shift focus from traditional sectors to more R&D intensive ventures? And how might this funding alter the risk reward calculus for investors? I want your take as well as Ashish's take on this. Anybody who wants to go first?
Sure.
So I want to just. Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry. No, happy to, if you have a take on it, why don't you speak about it?
Yeah, no, I wanted to make a comment on the previous question, and I will answer this one. I think it's not a question of domestic versus international. Like Rema pointed out, this domestic will create a multiplier because more international capital could be raised on the back of this also. But in addition to that, look, I think the multipliers are on multiple axes. For instance, by creating this 10,000 crore fund and the ecosystem building, you not only draw capital internationally, but you draw different pools of capital. So what we saw today, even domestically, and I think Adit pointed, we now have lots of corporate VCs coming in. So they're sitting on cash. They want to invest in the ecosystem. A lot of family offices have come in who were earlier not exposed to that, right? Similarly, we are seeing late-stage funds who are a bridge between the IPO market and, let's say, slightly more mature. They are coming into the space. So I think the 10,000 crore has multiple axes of multiplier, which we should not, we should factor in, right? I think the other important thing is that what happens with domestic capital is that our industry could go through waves, right? Because if there is a lean period for startups, and if you are not of critical scale, then the capital can dry up. But and I think we have done very well as a startup nation post COVID, and after that, when we talked about funding winter, we have done very well actually, because new pools of capital came in. So I think what this also does is increases the size of the ecosystem, thereby making it less vulnerable to any shocks of withdrawal of capital or let's say not infusing additional capital by international funds.
Very
So
well explained. Very well explained.
Keep that in mind. Now coming to your question on emerging tech, I think again, just like normal startups, the emerging tech ecosystem has its own dynamic, right? Not all investors will put money in emerging tech. Similarly, who are the late stage investors in emerging tech, or who are the acquirers of emerging tech, right? Or who will take these emerging tech to the public markets, and which public market investors will invest in emerging tech? So I think what again this capital is doing is triggering a buildup of the ecosystem, and the results of which you will see over, I think, a decade or even more. I think you'll see it will start happening much sooner, but I think we will sit back 10 years from now and say that this could have been a pivotal moment in the creation of domestic capital for emerging tech.
I agree with you, Ashish. I agree with you, Ashish. Two takes on this. One is the fact that, yes, it moves, but can there be further reduction of or domestic capital movement, right?
Hello, we missed you for a moment, Raymond. Can you just, if you can repeat? We lost you for a moment. If you can repeat.
Okay. Sure. Sorry. Can you hear me now?
Perfectly.
Yeah. So what Ashish said, it's obviously a very, very big multiplier moment on two parts to it. One, in terms of mobilization of domestic capital. I was hoping that there would be far more incentives given for mobilizing domestic capital. Because today, if you see, some of the friction still continues to be there. Banks are still not investing. They're still wary of investing because of RBI guidelines and other things. Insurance companies has its own set of challenges. So is it possible for some of that friction to be opened up is one. Second, I agree, Ashish, that it has a lot of family offices are now participating and things. But if there was far more incentives for either industry to participate into the whole innovative startup ecosystem, that would have mobilized, I would assume that, if today the 10,000 crores is bringing in $10 billion of international capital in, can that become $50, $100 billion with Indian industry, Indian family offices being able to participate? I think that would be good to have that. And that is needed for a country like India, which is 15% of the global population. We need to invest a lot more into the innovation ecosystem. So 20,000 crores from that perspective, segueing into the 20,000 crores for the R&D, it's a good start, no doubt. But 3% of money to R&D of industry, right? And we a fraction, 10th of that. So if you have to, yes, this 20,000 crore like a flag to say, yes, let's now start putting money into R&D. But we do need incentives for industry to invest into R&D, because otherwise 20,000 crores is nothing, right? I mean, if you talk across, whether you talk of biotech, whether you talk of manufacturing, the way in which if we have to make India as the hub for innovation, hub for R&D, which is R&D not just to make as China plus one or make it more have a low cost affordable option, but to say that we are innovators for the world, then we need a lot more. Yes, the government money cannot come from the government. We have to see how this 20,000 crores is going to be leveraged 20 times, 100 times, so that we have the money for the entire R&D. So that would require additional initiatives to say this 20,000 crores is going to be mobilized, would be used to leverage other capitals to come in, because we need not just 20,000 crores, we need 200,000, actually 2,000 crores, but multifold of this amount if we have to make India the hub of innovation and R&D, which is possible, right? It's a good start, at least to say it's flagging it that this is an important area, but we have to quickly talk about how the industry is going to invest 200,000, how is the universities going to invest another, this needs to be leveraged. That is what has to be.
Very good to see all the panelists agreeing with each other and see the consensus on what's happening. It's a good start, even if the corpus is a little less. But these are some of the structural and regulatory changes that can be worked upon to kind of enable alternative ways of driving and channelizing more capital into the startups of India. Now, in the last 2 minutes, we have 3 minutes precisely. In the last set of our conversation, I want all of you to kind of tell me. I mean, in my view, we are at very interesting inflection point as the country. Now, I want to know what more is needed in order to reach our Viksit Bharat vision a little faster. What is needed?
Yeah, let me take this question up. A lot is required, and since we are lack of time, I'll probably share a couple of things which the industry was expecting from this budget, but didn't happen. One is a lot more has to be done on ESOP taxation, right? There is that demand where the ESOP taxation rules are not very favorable. There is a lot more to be done on the AI infrastructure side. I think there the government has not yet kind of pulled in the incentives and the amounts investments required and treat AI infrastructure as equivalent to a public infrastructure or physical infrastructure. If India has to be in that race of global AI domination, a lot has to be more done on the banking, insurance side, the fintech side. I feel India is an under-penetrated insurance in this thing country. GST was supposed to be out or reduced on insurance premiums, which is not done yet. Lot of insurance company, more insurance companies. The threshold had to reduce from 100 crore to maybe a smaller number. The way you have small finance banks, there could be small insurance companies. That was something which the government could have done. A lot more needs to be done for NBFCs because MSMEs are credit starved. The smaller NBFCs do not get lending so easily from banks, and co-lending platforms are not there. So a lot more could have been done there in terms of reducing the SURFACE Act. So broadly, I think fintech, AI, investments, little bit of more taxation, little bit of more ease for foreign money to come in. Those are the areas where I feel there is still a lot more to be done. And I'm just trying to keep it short and fast.
Good one, Adit.
Yeah, I'll mention 3 or 4 points very quickly, right? One is unlocking further domestic capital from pension funds, provident funds, etc. Right? Second is significant oversimplification of regulation. I think we need a Doge kind of thing in our own country to simplify on mass scale rules and regulations which actually distort the intent of the government at the ground level, right? Third is helping create partnerships between startups and large corporates, and a mechanism to do it through sandboxes and other things, so that the R&D spend can really be driven by nimble startups on the emerging tech, right? That's another part of it. And finally, the fourth thing, right? Whenever you are planning really long term, invest in people. So the more you train, the more you skill, the better quality of resources that we generate, our young talent we generate. I think the better our country will end up being.
Yeah. Yep, I agree with you, Ashish, completely. Yeah. I just double down on a couple of things that you said, right? On the ease of doing business. It still is not as frictionless as it should be. Right from the fact that, the dematerialize small things, but like, the demat of shares and stuff. It's such a major issue that it might sound trivial, but the kind of pressure that a startup or a VC fund faces because of something like that, it delays infusion of funds into startup companies by months together. Such a trivial thing, which is insignificant, which is really not a loophole of sorts, right? Things like that, and whether it's GST, whether it's these small things, but the friction is still very, very high. And like what Ashish said, how do you percolate that vision of a frictionless, innovative ecosystem? Ecosystem investing into innovation has to be multifold simpler than what it is today. And that still needs to get done is one. The second part of it, I would double down on the need for getting the domestic capital in is still, there is no, see, incentives have to be given. So whether it is for industry to invest into R&D or whether it is private capital to flow into this, it could still be through the government, but whether it is tax incentives, whether it is capital gains, all of that just needs to get far, far more. It just needs to see how we could get that leverage in. This 20,000 crores, 10,000 crores by itself is just not even a drop in the ocean. And
From
for a
this,
Viksit
what I
Bharat,
could understand is there's a lot more to discuss, and 30 minutes was a short
absolutely
time to discuss, but we
correct.
are now above time. Thank you so much. I take a micro of a second
Thanks
to
a
thank
lot.
all of you to join us and making time for this. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thanks a lot for having us. Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Resham. So throughout the day, we have explored the fine print of the Union Budget 2025 and 26,
I think you're not.
analyzing its implications across crucial sectors, from economic growth and financial stability to India's sustainability goals and energy transition. Each discussion has provided valuable insights from industry leaders and experts. Our session delved into evolving landscape of sustainability and corporate responsibility, highlighting how the budget influenced ESG priorities, green investments, and India's net zero ambitions. The conversation on energy transition brought forward key perspectives on renewable energy infrastructure and the policies driving India's clean energy shift. We also examined the tech-driven future, the evolving retail sector, the roadmap for strengthening public health infrastructure, and the budget's impact on startups, uncovering both opportunities and challenges that lie ahead. These discussions have provided a holistic understanding of how the budget shapes India's economic trajectory, fosters innovation, and aligns with the long term national priorities. As we move ahead, our next session, Reading Between the Lines, will delve into hidden narratives, followed by our final session, The Lasting Impact, which will reflect on key takeaways and long term implications. Let's continue the conversation. I would like to invite Mr. Arjun Yadav, Senior Correspondent, BW Businessworld, to take the discussion ahead.
Thank you, Priyanshi. Good evening, Aditi. How are you?
Thank you, Arjun. It's been a busy day. How are you?
It's been a busy day, and it's always better to have conversations late in the evening on the budget day because we've been doing this since afternoon, right after the budget speech. And in the early hours, just after the speech, the usual complaint from the panelists is that we are still reading the fine print. We have not been able to get through it. But Aditi, nearly 6 hours now since this finance minister's speech ended. What is the big picture that you've been able to make of this budget? And what is it that you are reading between the lines, the fine details that probably got missed?
So, Arjun, from my perspective, if I look at the overall fiscal numbers and the fiscal math, a lot of things are very much in line with what we were expecting. We've got the FY 25 revised estimate for the fiscal deficit coming in slightly lower than the budget estimate at 4.8%. That's in line with our forecast. For FY 26, we've got the fiscal deficit coming in at 4.4% of GDP. The medium-term fiscal path had said it'll be below 4.5%. They did that. We thought they'll stick to 4.5%. So a shade below what we had expected. And the borrowing numbers, which is what the bond market will be looking forward to, those are again very much in line. Both the gross and the net numbers are very much in line with what we were expecting. Nominal GDP growth we thought will be 10%. They've penciled in 10.1%. So absolutely, no surprise over there. Yesterday, the economic survey placed real GDP growth in a range of 6.3 to 6.8%. We have a baseline of 6.5%. So again, over there, no arguments. The big surprise, of course, was the income tax changes and the tax foregone, which has been placed at 1 trillion. And given that extent of revenue foregone, I think the tax growth assumptions are looking a little bit optimistic to me. We'll have to see what the RBI actually is able to provide to the government in terms of its dividend this year. There, I'm a little uncertain that they're going to be able to maintain the kind of level that we had seen last year, which was a record high. So, it's a little bit of uncertainty I have on the non-tax revenue number. And disinvestment, typically, I assume the government will pencil in 50,000 crore. They've done a little lower than that. And that is a number which may materialize. But if it doesn't materialize, the hit to the fisc is quite limited. So it doesn't create a stress at the end of the year that we have a huge shortfall which is looming because of disinvestment. So, I think that number has been pegged quite fairly. On the expenditure side, the revenue expenditure growth is slightly higher than what we thought. Subsidies are flattish. Committed expenditure is a very modest growth, which is a relief considering that we have the pay commission looming ahead, which is definitely going to augment the committed expenditure growth from FY 27 onwards. Interest payments are a bit, unpalatable with about a 12% expansion on a YOY basis. So that's not very welcome, but be that as it may. CapEx growth on the curtailed base of FY 25, we got a 10% growth. So again, really can't argue over there.
Sure. You've given a big snapshot of all of these numbers. Let's try and discuss all of them one by one. As you mentioned, the income tax exemption announcement up till 12 lakh overshadowed other announcements. But, as we are speaking, a lot of agencies are feeling that, this may not be enough to, spur the consumption or, help in debt reduction. How do you see that? I mean, given the conditions that we've been seeing on the demand side in the last 2 quarters, will it be enough?
Look, I mean, I've had someone also arguing with me that this is going to create inflation. So it can't be both, right? And we have to be realistic in how much the government can actually give in terms of relief. 1 lakh crore, that number to me is seeming quite substantial.
Right.
It's equal to the increase in capital expenditure between FY 25 RE and FY 26 VE.
Yeah.
In that perspective, it's not a non-material number. Having said that, if I understood correctly, the benefit to people who are in the 12 lakh income bracket is about 80,000 for the year, which is 6,500 or so per month.
Right.
Now, the point is it's going to go straight to consumption. I think the propensity to save this amount is going to be very, very high.
Right.
And when you spend that money, it's going to earn some GST back to the government as well.
Right.
So net revenue foregone then ends up being a little bit lower. So I think given the fact that we have a relatively small tax base, I think the government has done a fair bit. I'm not sure we expected more than this in one shot.
Yes, I mean, the best the people were expecting was up to 10 lakhs and given 12 lakhs. And since you mentioned about inflation, all eyes will be on next Friday when the policy by the RBI is announced now that rate cuts are there. Do you expect a policy rate cut given now that the Federal Reserve just, paused their rate cutting cycle 2-3 days back, citing cautious approach?
Sure. Our MPC, as we've seen, is not one-to-one with the Fed, right? When the Fed was cutting a few months back, we still had pauses from the MPC because our domestic growth inflation was not supportive of rate cuts at that point in time. From the last policy to this policy in the last 2 months, inflation has come off from those very unpleasant numbers that we had at the time of the December policy. Growth is expected to pick up from the low of Q2. We're looking at a baseline of 6.5% growth each in FY25 and FY26, which is at the lower end of our medium-term potential band of 6.5 to 7%. So while growth is going to, on average, over these 2 years, be steady, notwithstanding base effects and quarterly issues, it's not at the higher end of the medium-term potential either. If you expect that inflation is going to continue to moderate, and setting aside any inflationary impact of today's income tax cuts, our view was that inflation would come down to around 4.2% in FY26 from around 4.8% in FY25.
Right.
So in flexible inflation targeting, there is space for rate cuts. Now it's a matter of timing. After seeing the kind of liquidity measures we got earlier this week, I do think that a rate cut is on the table. And I don't think that today's budget has really upset the probability of a rate cut in the upcoming policy too much. Having said that, we only see space for 2 rate cuts, 50 basis points spread over 2 policies. My sense is we'll get it in February and April. If we don't, we'll probably get it in April and June.
Okay, sure. Now, you mentioned in your opening comments about the revenue foregone because of this tax exemption till 12 lakhs, and then the projections on the tax receipts. And before the budget, we were also speaking about how they don't have much of a leeway, but given the numbers that they are projecting for tax receipts after today's revenue foregone estimates, how do you see them adding up? If you can just touch upon this in detail.
So my sense is that the revenue growth number is a little bit on the higher side. Now, let's say that tax revenue turns out to be 50,000 crore less than what the government has penciled in today. That is on the gross side, I'm saying 50,000 crore less. So after you set away the devolution to the states, the loss to the government of India would be, around 30 to 35,000 crore, which is broadly 0.1% of GDP.
Right.
So your fiscal deficit instead of 4.4% goes back to my original assumption of 4.5% of GDP.
Right.
So it's not such a huge game changer.
Okay.
Secondly, even if we have to borrow an additional 35,000 crore, that again is equivalent to like 1 week of borrowing. So my sense is, while I'm quibbling that the number is looking a little optimistic to me, it's not going to create such a huge issue if there is a little bit of undershooting. I think, it's something that the markets are going to be able to absorb.
Okay. A lot of debate around the capex number today since the speech got over. Many, arguing that how the focus is shifting from capex to consumption. The finance minister telling that in her press conference just a few minutes back that the slowdown is just because of the elections. But there was around 1 lakh crore of shortfall between last year's number and how much they spent, and now a modest increase. How do you see all of this adding up on the capex front?
See, generally, my sense is that given the fact that it was an election year, a target of 11.1 trillion was always optimistic. We didn't think that it would be met, and that's what is turning out to be the case. On a base of 10.2 trillion, we have 11.2 trillion now being penciled in for FY26, 1 lakh crore more. It's not a very small number. I mean, if you look at 11.2 trillion, other than the 2 peak monsoon months, basically we're saying that the government has to ensure capex of 1 trillion each month. And that is not easy to sustain that pace of capex throughout the year. So let's see whether, how the first 3-4 months end up panning out before we get into the monsoon season. We don't like to see too much of the capex allocation getting back-ended to the end of the year. It also creates a distortion in the quarterly growth prints, etc. So I do hope that this number can actually be completed.
Right.
Now, a large part of the in the capex number is coming in because of what is categorized as new scheme under the Ministry of Finance, where details are basically awaited. So the formulation of those schemes would, how soon that's done is also going to impact how soon the execution can happen.
Okay, Aditi, my last question to you. Any particular area that you would be excited to look out? Any particular number that you would like to see how it actually pans out as we go through the next fiscal? Anything that has been missed in the larger debate today?
These two, I mean, how the capex number pans out month to month, how the taxes start stacking up, definitely both of these. We've got two big things to look forward to, the Finance Commission's recommendations and the Pay Commission's recommendations. And then those will feed into the new medium-term fiscal path that the government of India will have to adhere to. We got one big policy change. The government has clearly said that we're moving to targeting a reduction in the debt to GDP from a very rigid fiscal deficit to GDP targeting. So that's big. And how the Pay and the Finance Commission's recommendations then start affecting the fiscal math and the medium-term path. All of these things will become a lot clearer in next year's budget.
Well, thank you, Aditi, so much, for diving a bit deeper into the numbers for our viewers. It was a pleasure having you and talking to you. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Arjun.
So that was Aditi Nair of ICRA telling us about the finer details in a lot of these budget numbers. We have one last session at 6 p.m. with Mr. Prabal Basu Roy, where I will be discussing the lasting impact of this budget, where we are not just going to touch upon the announcements today, but we'll try to make sense of how those announcements and the larger philosophy that how these policies are now being married into the political scenario as well. So just a short 10 minutes break from now, and we'll be back at 6 p.m. with Mr. Prabal Basu Roy. Thank you so much. Good evening, Prabal sir. How are you?
Hey, good evening, Arjun. Good evening. I am all right. How are you guys doing?
We're doing fine, sir. Quite a busy day for us.
Of
Back to
course.
calls, and as usual, we have for the closing and the closing, the overall picture, the closing
Yes.
conversation with you. So, in the morning, I was setting the context when I
Uh,
started that the last 2 quarters have been really tough. The first quarter, the benefit of doubt was given to the general slowdown due to the general elections. But,
hmm.
when quarter 2 started and the final GDP print came in November, it was realized that indeed we are in a slowdown. And then, the pressure on the RBI to cut policy rates, the Fed starting it in the US, and then the middle class, especially. I think it's for the first time that in an election campaign, we have the Delhi elections just a few days from now. I saw the middle class issues being popped up, Prime Minister Modi evoking that in his public rallies in Delhi. And then yesterday, at the start of the budget session, he spoke about Ma Lakshmi, blessing poor and middle class, right?
Right.
So, I want to start this conversation today. Middle class is the big theme today. The income tax announcement has overshadowed any other announcement. But just to keep things broad, and because we are discussing this budget's lasting impact, in my last conversation with you, post the July budget, it was in the backdrop of general elections. You had mentioned about the growing realization of inequality among masses, and we are now seeing class as a dominant, theme in election campaigns. Today, with the announcements, the focus on the middle class and the government mentioning how they keep their ear to the ground, listening to the people, how would you describe the today's budget reflecting this reality and this focus on the aspect of class, especially the middle class?
So Arjun, this is not a very easy budget to decipher. Unlike most of the analysts on the public media have been very gaga about it and trying to say various things about uh, being the best budget ever, etc. It has many implications at a deeper level.
Okay.
And to answer the question, I will try to sort of put the high level picture as I see it. That the slowdown is upon us is a given, right? Is a given. We've been trying to hide it by various means. Different analysts saying various things over the last two years or 1.5 years at least. In fact, in one Businessworld keynote address in November 23, I had publicly called this out about saying what are the danger signs which are flashing on the macroeconomic front. It was conducted by Businessworld. And there were not very many takers because we don't tend to, the way the media and the public discourse is taking place these days, we don't accept the challenges that easily when it's pretty straightforward, actually. Now that the slowdown is indisputable and it's upon us, the question before policymakers is essentially one, which is it structural or is it cyclical? Because the response will depend on that. The response could be through the budget. It could be through various other announcements during the course of the year. It could be in response to the calibrating a different approach altogether. So that is the key question. Now, the government's official, I have seen a couple of secretaries, etc., who spoke about yesterday as well. Their prognosis is that this is cyclical, and therefore tinkering with some rates, pulling some levers here and there, will resolve the issue, right? I don't think that is the fully correct approach. I mean, of course, there are certain elements of cyclicity in it, but it is more structural. And so let us take the cyclical part first, because that is what the official position is. And I'll come back to your middle class question and all of that. And there are actually, despite whatever they say, the budget has lots which I think has not come out in the public domain yet, at least as we see it. And we'll come to that. See, I think given the slowdown, let's assume it's cyclical.
Okay.
The balance between the fiscal glide path and priming the economy through tax cuts and larger outlay of public capex. That was the key macro policy decision to have been taken. One. And second was the factors of production which we have. We are uncompetitive. Basically, we are not exporting because we're uncompetitive. The factors of production, how can they be made more efficient in terms of land and capital? And reduce the distortions there. I mean, we have significant distortion for the last 70 years in these areas. I think these are the two basic factors which the policymakers would have looked at. Okay. From the cyclical response, therefore, I would think they have ticked all the right boxes. I think the capex at 11 lakh crore is just right. In fact, if you remember last year, I had said 11. I don't think they can do more than 10 lakh crores.
Already
in our conversation, we had discussed that. And I think they've recognized that. So people were calling, many infrastructure experts were calling for 12 to 14 lakh crore this year. That, to my mind, was not something which was doable. So I think they have stayed at 11 lakh crore, which is 10% more than the current year, which is just fine. And use that extra leeway, so to speak, in giving tax cuts for spurring consumption. Okay. That is what has essentially happened. So on the capex front, I think they have done just right, because 21% CAGR on capex of the last 4 years is simply not sustainable and not doable in the first place. So 10 plus is doable, sustainable, and that's what they have done. Perfect, no problem. On the fiscal side, 4.8% to 4.4% is as per the glide path, and full marks to Nirmala Sitharaman. And I've mentioned this before, that I think this government's focus on the fisc has been one of the most commendable things which it has done consistently, despite all the pulls and pressures that we have, right? So that was just fine. So a 1.5 lakh crore fiscal compression has been maintained, has been done, and a 1 lakh crore capex compression. So great job there. On the job creation front, which is the most serious issue, I think they did not talk about the ELI and what happened last year. There was this huge hype about the ELI, etc. So we must know the results of that. Otherwise, there's no way of knowing. So since no one spoke about it, I guess it was the damn squib or something of that nature. So the steps they have taken this time for job creation in terms of toys industry, in labor-intensive industries, like toys, like the food processing, like footwear,
leather exports.
Leather exports, yeah. I think these are very, very commendable and in the right direction. Whether they're enough or not, we'll come to later, but they're absolutely in the right direction. And simplification of compliance. I mean, she has said it this time. There'll be a new tax code in the next week.
Yeah.
Plus the not incurring with capital gains, TDS reduction, etc. All just fantastic. I think those are things which are in the right direction.
Okay.
Now, this is on this cyclical part, Arjun. Now to talk about the middle class, since that is what your essential question is. See, boosting consumption through what have we done? We have essentially given tax cuts of about 1 lakh crore, right?
Yes.
Now everybody is gung-ho about it. You and I are happy about it. No problem with that. I think it is good. But do look at it from the perspective of a $4 trillion economy. In a $4 trillion economy, a 1 lakh crore is not going to make so much of a difference to spur and boost consumption. It will do something by all means. It will start the process, but I don't think it is going to boost consumption to the extent that we need to get us out of this rut. And also do remember that at 12 lakh income level, there are about 5 crore taxpayers. So that's the number which is going to be positively impacted. 12 crores. Just 5 crore people, right? And also to remember that 12 lakhs is roughly about 5 times, or 6 times actually, 6x of the per capita income of the country. So the masses, the entire population is not going to be affected by this. It's only a very small sliver of people who will be affected positively. And the rest of the masses will still pay very high taxes through GST. So therefore, to say that it will spur consumption, and you saw how the stocks of consumption stocks went up today. Maybe they'll go up again for the next couple of days and all that. But it's a small step. It's a directional step. I will look at it more in that regard. I'll look at it more in that regard. Now, talking about so this is the response to the cyclical response, so to speak. More fundamentally, I'm actually happy in certain areas, and I will bring that up because I don't think that is being talked about anywhere at the moment. But for that, we have to first recognize the problem. If we don't recognize the problem, we will not be able to appreciate the steps which the government has taken this time, which we'll just come to that. So that is the structural part of it. Okay. See, we have been in a low growth situation and low private capex situation on top of that. Practically very, very weak private capex for the last 8 to 9 years. Okay, it is not something which is a recent phenomenon. Plus, FDI has been declining in the last few years. Consumption has been weak, as we all know. And it's been weak because of low growth, but more importantly, because of income fall. See, when you say 12 lakhs today, where's the income of the masses? Fine. So there's been an income fall over the last many years. So that is the important point here. So, and all that is because of no jobs growth. There has been economic growth, but jobs growth has not kept track. We know that, right? So this is the structural, in our mind, this low demand is not the only issue. The low demand is a issue. It is not the only issue, which was facing the economy today. Now it's come to a stage where FIs are fleeing and all of that stuff, right? So tax cuts can only be a quick fix. Okay. And a step in the right direction to signal a certain approach. And it's that approach I will rather come to in this budget, which gives me a lot of hope. So, like I said, 1 lakh crore, 4 trillion economy will not make too much of a difference either way. Now, why was the private investment weak? Think about it. The government, in its part, has done a lot actually to spur private investment. It gave those 2019, it gave those tax cuts, right? The corporate tax cuts, the massive tax cuts. Okay. It also gave, for example, the PLI schemes over the last few years, which is protectionist to an extent. It has other implications, but it's given that and is continuing on that area. It's cleaned up the banking channels. The banking balance sheet, twin balance sheet problem, which we had with the banking sector, that has been cleaned up largely, right? So it has done a lot, and yet private investment was not picking up. There's no point saying, and of course, there's been the huge public expenditure as well. Right. None of this got private investment going. So at some point, the analysts and people who come on the media will have to say, why is it not happening? That is the important part. What is it that is stopping us from doing that? But unless you do private investment, jobs will not come beyond a point. Public investments have a limit, right? Obviously they have a limit. Right. So to my mind, it is the policy which was preventing private investment, basically because of the confidence to invest. The people were giving the confidence. See, when you say there is weak domestic demand, like I said, that's only one factor. But then when you're manufacturing for Make in India for the world, I mean, the world has infinite demand.
Absolutely.
So that is not, so domestic demand is an issue, but domestic demand is not the reason why investments are not coming. That is not the issue. The issue is, to my mind, is the confidence of large industrial groups and foreign investors to invest in India. And that is a deeper problem which the government has to address. And that is to do essentially with the perception of risks of doing business in India. And that has to be reduced. I mean, this is the main factor which has been reduced. You see, link this to people leaving India as well.
Right.
So, when really rich people, you see, you and I are dedicated here. We don't have the sort of, wealth, etc., which is fleeing India. So link it to all of this. I think that is the part. So perception of risk of doing business in India is something which I think the government needs to address. And what is this risk? I mean, I'll very, very shortly, I'll tell you. The risk is there are three risks. I think some top economists have done a very good study paper on this. The first risk is that we have created national champions, some very, very large groups, which is perfectly fine. But this leads to concentration. This leads to regulation changes, to favor one side versus the other. And others feel, why should I come into a business where it's, I can get stepped out any day, for example, right? So national champions is one issue. Level playing field in the environment is the other issue because of tax demand, arbitrariness, and retrospective taxation policy, et cetera, et cetera. And third is, since 2018, there's been a protectionist risk through the PLIs, essentially through the PLIs. And PLIs are still okay, but there are certain non-tariff barriers which I think very few people talk about, like quality control orders. I don't even know if you know about them. There's this thing called quality control orders have come in, where an overseas supplier has to be certified before he can supply here, for example. This is actually, back to the license quota Raj in some sense, in a different way. So these are non-tariff barriers. They're slinked in. So these are sort of things, which have reduced the perception of doing business. So essentially what the markets are telling us, or the industrialists are telling us, is government, please get out of the business and let us do business properly. Then we will invest. I think that is what they're trying to tell us.
Very rightly put, sir. But then in this context, when you read the economic survey yesterday and the thrust being on deregulation, and today, a lot of provisions related to reducing compliance and regulatory burden, is that a start in that direction? And
absolutely.
And how do you see that debate of ease of doing business and cost of doing business? Are they interrelated? Are they two different things? What's the focus more on in India between the two?
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. So that's why I took a bit of time on the structural part. And I think though it is not spelled out, but I think the actions are showing that the government has finally acknowledged that their economic approach has to change with respect to this factor. They've done everything economically, and yet it's not happening.
Right.
Yet it's not happening. Why? Because the perception of risk, which is there in the international arena and domestic arena as well. And I think to that extent, the specific statement saying that there'll be a regulatory light touch environment, and we are going towards that, is a huge positive in my mind. Of course, it has to play out, so we have to see. Of course, there's been a lot of, we need to see how these things play out on the field, but that is a big one. And a commission has been set up to actually take care of the compliances bit, which was the other aspect, the overburden of compliance. It has almost become like an economic police state, so to speak, on the economic side. I mean, it's absolutely, people who are involved in it will tell you that. So there has been a committee which is being set up to actually look at that, and the new tax code. So these are things, to my mind, which are signaling an approach that the government has sort of finally accepted that, we have to do things a little differently to invite foreign capital or domestic capital for that matter. And once private investment comes up, I have no doubt in my mind that jobs will come as well, and therefore lead to the sort of the virtuous economic cycle that's been eluding us for so long.
Right. And I think the statement by the finance minister during a speech today also with respect to taxation about trusting first and scrutinizing later is also
Precisely. I think many things they have said. They have said this light touch based trust regulatory framework. I mean, these were the exact words which came up.
Right.
I mean, this and the new tax code. I think if this is something which they can do properly, we'll be starting our path to further growth. The other one is, on the same or ease of doing business, it's sort of ease of doing business, but it's a different point, is that the factors of production for India have conventionally, for the last 50 to 70 years, has always been a problem, as I mentioned, especially in land, labor, and capital. And in land and capital, there have been severe distortions. We know that. I mean, land is controlled. We know all that.
Right.
Just to give you a data point, again from research work done by economists in the US. In the US, the factors of production, the factor in the same sector, between the most efficient and the least efficient in the same sector, let's say for land, is about 2x, is the distortion. In India, it is 10x. It is as bad as that. So and that the reason is not easy to see, but it's obvious that we have created these 4 to 5 mega cities. So everything is concentrated there, and the rest of the country has enough land, but no takers. So this urban challenge which they have put in the budget this time, I guess, is another very fundamental thing which they have done, which I think we should look forward to. If that can decongest our cities and move industry to the second tier and third tier cities, and therefore reduce the factor of production inefficiency and distortion which we have, that will be another major step in sort of making us more competitive for the external world.
Definitely. You mentioned, I think, the new income tax code quite a few times. So what are your expectations, sir, given the tax slabs that we saw, the exemption that we saw, or what trailer have we got, and what the bill, when tabled next week, could actually have?
Arjun, a few years ago when the new tax code was getting made, I was involved to some extent in giving some inputs and having some discussions and all of that. But that was 4 years ago. I don't know if the same thing will be pulled back or not. I don't know. But so I won't hazard a guess because I really won't know. But I would essentially think that all exemptions will go, basically move to the new tax regime in a clean cut. Okay. Exemptions will go and discretions will go. Discretions of interpretation would go. So a non-chartered accountant can also understand, how to file his returns. And for 99% cases, that is what really matters. Absolutely. And my hope is, though I don't expect it will happen, the third big thrust which they can give towards this direction of structural change would be if they increase the tax net to bring in the holy grail, agriculture, at a certain level. That's the holy grail. I know there will be, politically it's difficult, but these are the times when big reforms can take place. So, because today only few of us are paying taxes, and it's not going to go anywhere with income tax. It'll be just tinkering.
Right, and it is a growing demand, at least among the taxpayers, to bring more people, and especially people who have huge incomes and still don't get to pay taxes.
Yes.
But since we're discussing demand as well, consumption as well, I also want to just briefly touch on how the consumption basket is changed. Because one of the things that I particularly was surprised to see today was the thrust on tourism. And when the demand numbers were weak in the September quarter, a lot of the argument that came forward was that India's consumption basket is changing with focus on tourism being now a big contributor, food delivery. Of course, we had gig workers related announcement. So how do you see this changing pattern in the consumption basket? Is there any?
See, there is a changing basket, all right. But again, I would caution here, saying that this is only for the sliver of people who are both at 5 crore, 10 crore, that range. For real consumption to pick up at the rural level, etc., we need to get the basics going. And the basics are in terms of reduction of GST, for example. I mean, there's enough criticism on GST. Of course, it's not a budget issue, but the government can surely take a position on this in the council. So I think unless that is done and rural incomes go up, the consumption pattern, will still remain pretty much where it is with, food delivery, yes, FMCG to some extent, yes, all that will happen. But people first need to earn and earn sustainably. Today, it is not a sustainable earning, which the 90% of the population is doing. So, if rural incomes take shape through the agricultural initiatives which were mentioned today, and the intensive on the job creation on the labor intensive front, I think they will be far more better in terms of getting consumption going on a uniform key. So for the next 1 or 2 years, consumption will be there. Maybe little improvement will happen, but nothing very substantive is going to happen.
Okay.
Nothing very substantive. Yeah.
Okay, sir. My last question to you. It's a bit political, but how do you see the Prime Minister's collision avatar of government, and how well is he managing it, contrary to expectations, given the dynamics being played out in the budget today, with special focus on Bihar? Of course, we have elections later in the year, but a subtle mention of a Telugu poet, indicates that how he's trying to create that balance. What are your thoughts on it?
See, he's a very astute politician, and I'm the last person who can comment on the way he's managing it. But it's obvious for all of us to see. I mean, the way he's managed the coalition partners, frankly, if somebody does not know the results of the last elections, would you say there's a difference between 24 and 25, right? So he's managed them well. Of course, it comes at a certain cost. But the larger picture would be essentially that, the deeper center state compact which has been put in this budget. I mean, 25 lakh crore to the states is a very large devolution, but it tells you that we have to work together towards all those initiatives. So many of the initiatives have to come from the states, for which the government will pass on about 25 lakh crores, right? So out of that crore, Bihar probably gets more, Andhra may get more, all of that. That's the politics part of it. But economically, I think the deeper center state compact, which has been signaled in this budget, and the gauntlet has been thrown to the states in many ways. It is for that federalism, I think, if it comes back to, it will be a very big structural change as well. So I would like to look at this budget from that perspective. And Arjun, if I may just take a minute before I leave, it's not a budget issue, but it's an issue of the growth, economic growth, and all the things we talked about. See, aggregate demand increase, which we are all pushing for, needs a turnaround in the credit cycle as well. So the monetary policy in the next few days is going to be very important to see.
Right.
And the fact which very few people have spoken about, though some have, is that we must revert, the RBI must reverse its suicidal policy of defending the dollar of the last 2.5 years. Unless we do that, our competitiveness is not going to work. And it has done that to defend the dollar. I don't know why, because it was a sudden change. It's been our policy that we will not defend the dollar.
Right.
We defended the dollar of 2.5 years despite high relative inflation by selling USD, effectively by selling USD, and we lost $220 billion of our foreign reserves. Today, we are at a low of $630 billion, by the way, from 800 plus.
Right.
And this has made us less competitive. And the Asian economic crisis, the Venezuelan crisis, Brazilian crisis, all of the crises in the world, all the wisdom is there. That it is unsustainable to have a fixed exchange rate policy for a developing, emerging economy.
Right.
So I think the government has done its role. The RBI, I think, will now do their own. So you'll see a depreciation in the dollar going forward. And that will be good for us. That will be good for us because 2.5 years we have actually had suicidal policy we have done. So I think all this put together, I think there's reason for hope on the structural side. Yes.
Sure. Very rightly put, sir. And I think the first meeting by the new governor next Friday will set a lot of tone and
Yes.
what you mentioned about defending, I think he's already taken note of that, at least in the first month of what we have from his statements.
Correct.
And we hope, things go in that direction. So, but thank you, Prabal sir, for joining us. Always a talking to you, and I think giving us a perspective that mainstream media has been missing throughout these discussions.
Totally.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Rahul. Thank you very much. Thanks.